en tercer grado, que es una falta clase 3.
The Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you in this matter. You currently have 2 court dates that are set at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix.
Se le ha asignado a un abogado de la Defensoría Pública para que lo pueda representar en este caso, y usted va a tener 2 audiencias próximas en las instalaciones del Tribunal Superior de Maricopa en el centro de Phoenix.
Those hearings are a status conference April 18 and a preliminary hearing April 22nd, both at 8:30 a.m.
Su primera audiencia va a ser una consulta de actualización el día 18 de abril y la segunda una audiencia preliminar el día 22 de abril, ambas a las 8:30 de la mañana.
In this matter, you are being released today. That is on your own recognizance, which is going to be your promise to appear at all future court dates.
El día de hoy se le va a dejar en libertad bajo palabra juramentada. Esto es su promesa de que usted va a comparecer a todas las audiencias que tiene programadas de aquí en adelante.
Your release orders include the terms that you are not to return to the location of the offense and you are not to have any contact with any complainant or witness.
Algunos de los términos y condiciones de su libertad incluyen el que no puede regresar al lugar del supuesto ilícito y no puede tener ningún tipo de contacto con ninguno de los agentes de policía que lo detuvieron.
Do you have any questions regarding any of this information?
¿Tendrá alguna pregunta sobre la información que le acabo de dar?
No, todo está bien.
No, everything's fine.
All right, if you want to go and step over to your left there, we'll get you some
Sí,
paperwork
pasa a
here
su
shortly. But you
izquierda
can have
para
a seat.
recoger sus documentos y después pase a sentarse, por favor.
Mr. Wilson, that is the only matter I have marked as needing an interpreter, but if you could just double check for me, that would be appreciated.
No problem, Your Honor. ¿Habrá alguna persona que requiera los servicios de intérprete en español?
All right, looks like no hands. All right, thank you so much for your assistance today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so let's go ahead and move on. We're going to go to Fernando Cervantes. After that, it'll be Courtney Milan. We have Mr. Cervantes. All right, sir, please state your full name and date of birth.
Hello. Cervantes, 1986.
You are here for 2 separate matters today. The first one is a new case out of the Maricopa County Superior Court. Please stand up when you're in the courtroom. Those charges are going to be 1 count of aggravated assault. That's a Class 3 felony. 1 count of assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor. 1 count of disorderly conduct, also a Class 1 misdemeanor. 1 count of disobeying a court order. That is also a misdemeanor offense. In this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You currently have a status conference set on April 10 with a preliminary hearing April 14, both at 8:30. Those are going to be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. In this matter, based on a review of your history as well as the nature of the offense, you do have a bond. That's a $15,000 secured appearance bond. If you are released from custody, you would be released subject to the supervision of pretrial services with electronic monitoring to be added prior to your release. You're also ordered not to return to the scene of the offense, not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness involved in this matter. Your next matter we have here is going to be your probation case. It has been added here today for a Term 1 violation. The Public Defender's Office has been appointed in that matter as well. You have a revocation arraignment hearing April 10 at 8:30. That will still be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. In this matter, you have a no bond hold. You are not eligible for release in the probation matter. That is pursuant to Rule 7.2 and 27.7 of the Arizona Rules of Criminal Procedure. We'll be getting you some paperwork for each individual matter, but do you have any questions regarding either case that I've just gone over? All right, go and step to your left. You can go ahead and have a seat at this time. We've got Courtney Milan up next. After that, it's going to be Caleb Wheeler. Hi, ma'am. Your full name and date of birth?
Courtney Milan, 1990.
Did you say 9/1990? All right, so you're here for 2 separate cases today. The first one's going to be a new case out of Superior Court. There are 2 counts that have been submitted. I only found probable cause on 1, and that's 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs, which is a Class 4 felony. They did submit a 2nd count for possession of dangerous drugs, which I did not find probable cause on. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going away, but they did not provide me any information to find that one. So the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You have a status conference set on April 10 at 8:30 a.m., evidentiary hearing April 11 at 1:30 p.m., and a preliminary hearing April 14 at 8:30. Those are all going to be at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix. So in this matter, I do find that you are currently on felony release. That's the other case that we have here today, which is CR 2025-109597. Because you were on felony release in that matter at the time this new offense allegedly occurred, Arizona law does require that you be held without bond at this time. So you're not eligible for release on the new charge. So that is why we set that evidentiary hearing in this particular matter. That's in order to allow the court to review those release conditions, so your non-bondable status, okay? So your second case that you have here is going to be that open case that I just said. It's here because a bench warrant was issued for failure to appear. So you have a status conference there now on April 10 at 8:30. In that matter, the bond and the warrant's been affirmed. It's a $2,500 secured appearance bond. You're going to get paperwork for each individual case that'll contain that information, but do you have any questions regarding either matter?
So I can't be bonded out?
You are not bondable at this time. Yeah, if that no bond hold lifts, then you can go ahead and bond out at that time. But as long as you have that hold in place, then you're going to be held at least on that one matter.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So we've got Mr. Wheeler. Eric Willis will be up after that. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth?
Caleb Wheeler, 726-88.
All right, thank you, sir. So you are here for two separate cases. The first one I have here for you is going to be the new matter that just came in. This is for new charges out of Superior Court. Those are one count of possession of dangerous drugs and one count of possession of narcotic drugs. Those are both Class 4 felonies. One count of possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. The Public Defender's Office has been appointed here to represent you in this matter. Your court dates at this time are a status conference on April 10 at 8:30, evidentiary hearing April 11 at 1:30, preliminary hearing April 14 at 8:30. Those are going to be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. In your case as well, I do show you're currently on felony release in another matter. That's the other case we have here, which is CR 2024-139033. So again, because you're on felony release in that matter at the time this new offense allegedly occurred and probable cause was found here, you are required at this time to be held without bond. So you're not eligible for release for the new charges. And that is, again, why we set those evidentiary hearings. That's the hearing I'm required to set pursuant to rule in order to allow the court to review that. So your second case here is going to be that open felony matter. That's here because a bench warrant was issued for failure to appear. So in that case, you now have a status conference April 10 at 8:30. In that matter, I did affirm the bond and the warrant. That's a $350 secured appearance bond. Do you have any questions regarding either of these two matters? All right, sir, if you want to go and step over, you can go ahead and have a seat at this time. Thank you. All right, I have Mr. Willis, and then Dakar Turner will be up after that. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth?
Eric Christopher Willis, 4572.
All right, thank you, sir. So you are here for a grand jury warrant that was issued. This is for an indictment that's been filed. It alleges one. Are you able to hear me? Okay.
I just barely hear you. I think I'm going next.
Okay, let me see if we can get the earphones out to you. Okay.
We can go past that.
Do you want? Yeah, they're right here. If you want those.
Maybe
okay.
so.
I want to make sure you can hear everything.
Barely hearing you.
Okay, Mr. Willis, is that better?
Definitely.
Okay, all right. So you were here for a grand jury warrant that was issued, and this is for an indictment filed that alleges one count of leaving the scene of a death or injury accident, which is a Class 2 felony. The date of offense for this case is March 20 of 2024. So in your matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You do currently have an arraignment hearing set on April 11 at 8:30 a.m. That's going to be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. The address will be included in the paperwork. The bond in your warrant has been affirmed. This one has a $25,000 cash-only appearance bond. You also have orders here that you are not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness in this matter. So you are going to get that information here in a moment in your paperwork. But do you have any questions regarding it?
I do on the bond issue. I am currently out on a $100,000 bond for this matter. From it was the original arrest in this court a year ago.
Okay, so that would have been dismissed already. That would not have been pursued. This grand jury warrant takes over for anything. If this is the exact same charge,
it is.
This takes over for that.
Okay, so then I guess the the previous bond goes back and we issue a new bond.
You'll have to talk to that bonding company. I'm not sure because I can't see anything about that case.
Okay, appreciate it.
So you can certainly speak with your attorney about it as well. But yeah, this is the one that you have now for the matter.
Those two.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. All right. So we've got Mr. Turner and then Andrew Harris will be up after that. All right, so your full name and date of birth?
Dakar Turner, 06/28/1995.
All right, thank you, sir. So you've got two separate cases here today. These are both going to be here in the Maricopa County Superior Court. I'm going to start with the warrant that was issued. This is for a direct complaint that was filed. It alleges 2 counts of aggravated DUI. Those are both Class 4 felonies. The date of offense on those 2 counts is October 1 of 2024. So in that matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. Your court dates at this time are a status conference April 10, preliminary hearing April 14, both at 8:30. Those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix.
Okay.
So in this matter, I did affirm that $50 bond that's in there. Since you're going to have a bond in your second case, I want to make sure they know you're in custody in both matters, just in case you don't post that second bond. You are also going to be released subject to the supervision of pretrial services, and in this case, you would have alcohol testing and monitoring as part of those release conditions. Your release terms do include the terms that you are not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription, and you're not to possess or consume any alcohol while on release. So you do have a second case here. This is for some new charges that just came in. Those are going to be for 2 counts aggravated assault, Class 4 felony, 2 counts criminal trespass in the first degree, Class 6 felony, 2 counts of criminal damage, Class 6 felonies, 1 count of disobeying a court order, and 1 count of resisting arrest, passive resistance. Those are both Class 1 misdemeanors. So in each of these, or for this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed as well. You have a status conference April 10 with the preliminary hearing April 14. Those are both at 8:30, and that's going to be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix.
All right.
In this matter, you have a separate bond, and that is going to be a $25,000 secured appearance bond. And if you're released in this matter, it would still be subject to the supervision of pretrial services, but in this case, you do have an order to have electronic monitoring installed prior to your release, because you are going to have orders in here that you are not to have any contact with the alleged victim, you are not to return to the scene of the offense, you are not to have any, and I'm talking any contact, this is no contact through third parties, no contact through social media, period. You are also not to possess any weapons while you're on release in this matter. I will also warn you that a violation of a no victim contact order in a criminal release order, which is what you have at this point, that could constitute aggravated harassment, which is a Class 6 felony. If you come in on a new felony offense at this point while being on felony release, you would be non-bailable after today. Do you have any questions regarding that?
So I'm released on bond. I'm not released at all for...
You would have to post the bonds that I just gave you.
So
that's $25,000 on the new matter, $50 on the other case.
And I would have to post that today to be released?
You don't necessarily have to post it today. You can post it at any point, pretty much. But you would have to post it prior to release.
Okay. So should I... Will I be released if I post those bonds? Is that like...
In these 2 matters, you would be eligible for release in both of these 2 cases. So assuming you have no other holds in any other matter, then you would be released from custody.
But as of now, I'm not released?
As of now, you are not released unless those bonds are posted.
Okay.
Okay?
So
Thank
$50
you.
and then...
$25,000 secured.
Okay, will I have the paperwork?
Yep. We're going to give you some paperwork here in a moment, but you can go ahead and have a seat at this time. We'll get that out to you, okay? I don't know if that was his paperwork or not. Okay. All right, so we've got Andrew Harris, and then we've got Jesse Escobar Rosales. All right, so your full name and date of birth?
Andrew L. Harris, Jr., 8965.
All right, thank you, sir. I know you've already been in here 1 or 2 times in the last several days. The reason we have you back here today is because there were warrants that were located. This is for bench warrants that were issued in each of your open felony cases. I believe they're for a failure to appear at a sentencing. So in these 3 matters now we have on the calendar today, you now have a status conference April 10 at 8:30. That'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix, so it'll be in front of the same judge you were in front of last time. And in each of these cases, you now have a $10,000 cash-only bond. So that is $30,000 total for all 3 of these matters. That would be in addition to the other bond you received the other day for that other direct complaint case. Do you have any questions regarding that?
Okay, direct complaint. When was that filed?
That was the last time you came in here. You received a direct complaint. You had a warrant for a direct complaint. That's the last time you came in this courtroom. So that's the information you got at that time. That's what I'm referring to. These cases are open matters. in which they say that you failed to appear at your sentencing.
Yeah, I was in the hospital, and I got in touch with my lawyer and asked him for where it says extraordinary circumstances. I was in Boswell Banner, and he was supposed to get in touch with the judge, and I don't know why they issued a warrant.
Yeah, I'll let you know that nothing is showing up here. So I'm not saying that you're not telling me the truth, but nothing is showing up here at this point. So that is something that you're going to have to address with your assigned judge.
And that was for my sentencing, right? I was supposed to be sentenced on that day?
You were going to be sentenced on that date, is my understanding.
So when I go on the 10th, can I be sentenced that day?
I don't know. So it's possible, just because your cases were so recently handled, that they might not need any further information and they can move forward with sentencing, but that's not anything that I have any control over.
And I'm tired of going back and forth through this.
That's something that your assigned judge would have to address.
And I had a bond posted on the other one. I had a bond already of $3,000. I posted it.
Yeah, it looks like right now you would be subject to potential loss of that bond, okay? So you do need to speak with your attorney about that issue as well, because they might already have something set up for that.
And I go on the 10th, right? And then I'll have no more cases out there, right?
I don't know. I don't know if you're going to have any more after that. You have another open case that you were just in here on, so obviously you're going to have court dates for that matter. As far as what happens on the 10th, that's something you can speak to your attorney about.
I was supposed to report today on that matter.
You were what?
That court, the one you said, the direct complaint, I had court today at 8:30.
Okay. So they'll move that then. If you didn't get to it, they'll move it.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. So we have Jesse Escobar Rosales, and then Efren Gill will be up after that. All right. So your full name and date of birth?
Oh, Jesse Escobar Rosales, 01-0499.
All right, thank you. So you are here for a new case. This is going to be out of the Maricopa County Superior Court. The charge is 1 count of aggravated assault involving a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument. That is a Class 3 felony. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You do currently have a status conference set on April 10 with a preliminary hearing April 14, both at 8:30. And those are going to be at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix. In this matter, the bond in your warrant, based on a review of the charges that you have here, you do have a $25,000 secured appearance bond. So in this matter, you're also going to be ordered not to return to the scene of the offense, not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness involved in this matter. You're also ordered not to possess any weapons while on release. If there is an order of protection or order against harassment issued, you must obey those orders. Do you have any questions regarding that? All right, sir, if you want to go ahead and step over, you can go ahead and pick up that paperwork over there. All right, so we have Mr. Gill. We have Kevin Walker up after that.
Efrain Gil, 12-1794.
And your full name?
Efrain Gil.
All right, so you are here for a new case out of the Maricopa County Superior Court. The charges are 1 count of possession of drugs or dangerous drugs, that's a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of child vulnerable adult abuse, that's a Class 5 felony. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You do currently have a status conference April 10, preliminary hearing April 14, both at 8:30. Those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. Based on the nature of the charges you have here, as well as the danger that presented to the victim in this matter, you do have a bond in this case. That's a $7,500 secured appearance bond. Now, if you were to post bond and be released from custody, that would be subject to the supervision of pretrial services. You're going to have drug testing and monitoring as part of those release conditions. You're also going to have electronic monitoring installed prior to your release. You have orders that you are not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness in this matter. So it also includes you must obey any terms of any order of protection if there is one issued in this case. Do you have any questions regarding that? All right, if you want to go ahead and step over, you can go ahead and pick up your paperwork that is over there. All right, so we have Kevin Walker, Braden Jolly is going to be up after that. All right, so your full name and date of birth.
I'm
Do you need the headphones? We'll get you the headphones.
Not sure. Take that, don't bring more.
Where are you?
Oh, okay. You know right now?
All right, are you able to hear me better?
I'd like to go up here a little bit.
Can you hear me now?
It doesn't appear to be doing anything.
All right, Mr. Walker, is that any better?
Turn it up a little. Here.
All right, how about now?
It's not making much difference there.
It's not staying on.
Okay, do we have another one? All right, let's see if we can get another. We'll try one of the other ones.
You hear that right now?
It's not coming over the phones. Sorry about that. Try it again, eh?
All right, is that any better?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, all right, we'll go ahead and proceed with those then. Mr. Walker, if you could state your full name and your date of birth, sir.
Kevin Ralph Walker, 11/18/1957.
All right, thank you, sir. So you are here for a new case that would be out of the Maricopa County Superior Court. The charge that has been submitted today is one count of the killing of a domestic animal without consent, which is a Class 5 felony. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You have 2 court dates currently set. That's going to be a status conference April 10 with a preliminary hearing April 14, both at 8:30. Those are going to be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. In this matter, I did receive a written recommendation from the state requesting a $10,000 secured appearance bond. I did review the Form 4 as well as your criminal history and victim impact statement in this matter. Based on the information reviewed by this court, I do believe a bond is appropriate. You do have a $7,500 secured appearance bond. It is secured. You are able to work with a bail bonding company in order to post that amount. If you do post bond and are released from custody, actually do need to change this about returning to the scene. You are ordered not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness in this matter. You are also not permitted to have any contact with any domestic animals, whether those belong to you or not. Your contact with the victims are only permitted via legal counsel or through mailed correspondence, and you are only permitted to contact them with respect to any landlord-tenant issues. You are not permitted to have any contact with them for any reason outside of that or through those methods of contact. Do you have any questions regarding this information that I've just gone over?
Pretty straightforward.
All right, if you want to go ahead and have a seat, we do need to reprint out your paperwork since I needed to make one change to those release conditions that I had incorrect in here, but we'll get that out to you in just a moment.
All right.
All right, so we've got Mr. Jolly, Vishal, and Akala will be up after that. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth?
Braden Jolly, February 21st, 2003.
All right, sir, you are here for a new case out of the Santan Justice Court. That's for one count of assault as a Class 3 misdemeanor. In this matter, the Public Defender's Office will be appointed to represent you. You have an arraignment hearing set on April 9 at 8:30. That'll take place at the Santan Justice Court. You'll get the address for that court in your paperwork here in a moment. I did review the probable cause statement in your matter, as well as your prior history, as well as a victim impact statement. And based on the information provided, I did find that a bond is appropriate. You do have a $3,500 secured appearance bond. If you do post bond and are released from custody, you also have orders that you are not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness in this matter. If there is an order of protection or order against harassment issued, you must obey those terms. This includes contact through third parties and includes contact through any social media. so no contact period. So you are also, I'll also warn you that a violation of a no victim contact order and a criminal release order that would constitute aggravated harassment, that is a Class 6 felony. Do you have any questions regarding that?
No, ma'am.
All right, sir, if you want to go and step over and go and pick up that paperwork that is over there, thank you. All right, so after Mr. Edicala, we've got Tristan Brown up next. Sir, if you could state your full name and date of birth.
Michelle Edicala,
And your date of birth.
July 2nd, 1997.
Thank you, sir. So you are here for a new case out of Superior Court. The charge is 1 count of aggravated assault. That is a Class 5 felony. In this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. I do have a note here indicating that you will obtain your own attorney, which you have every right to do. They just need to file a notice of appearance. Since you did otherwise qualify for counsel, I did go ahead and appoint the public defenders just in case. The status conference is set for April 10, preliminary hearing April 14, both at 8:30. Those are going to be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. Based on a review of your history, as well as the nature of the offense that you're here for, you do have a bond that's a $1,500 secured appearance bond. You're also ordered not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness involved in this matter. So you'll get that information here in a moment, but do you have any questions regarding it? All right, sir, if you want to go ahead and step over, you go ahead and pick up that paperwork that is over there and have a seat. All right, so we do have Tristan Brown. After that, Garrett Scott. And Mr. Brown, go and state your full name and date of birth.
Tristan Christopher Brown, 11/29/2001.
All right, thank you, sir. You're here for a new case out of Superior Court. The charge is 1 count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, which is a Class 4 felony. In this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. Your 2 court dates you have at this time are going to be a status conference April 10, preliminary hearing April 14. Those are both at 8:30 a.m. Those will be at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix. In this matter, based on a review of your history, specifically your felony history and the nature of the offense you have here, since this is now an allegation of the possession of a weapon, you do have a bond. That's a $2,500 secured appearance bond. Your release terms do include the term that you are not to possess any weapons, which was already the case for you prior to today. Do you have any questions regarding that? All right, sir, if you want to go and step over, you can go ahead and pick up that paperwork over there. All right, Mr. Scott, and then after that, Laura Lamb. Hi, Mr. Scott, go ahead and state your full name and date of birth.
Garrett Scott, February 23rd, 1992.
All right, thank you, sir. So you were here for a bench warrant that was issued for a failure to appear in a Superior Court case. That's CR 2024-114455. In this matter, the status conference is now April 10 at 8:30. That'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. The bond in your warrant's been affirmed. This one's a $250 secured appearance bond. Looks like you might also have a Scottsdale hold if that is the case, and you might still have to see that judge. That's a completely different matter, so that would be an additional bond if you get one there. Okay? Do you have any questions regarding this case?
So I'm staying here?
If you're unable to post the bonds that you have, then yes, you would remain in custody.
Okay.
If you want to go and step over, you can go and pick up that paperwork that's over there. All right, so we have Laura Lamb, and then Taylor Gamage will be up next.
Hi,
All right, ma'am, your full name and date of birth.
Laura Lee Lamb, April 3rd, 1963.
All right, thank you, ma'am. So you are here for a bench warrant that was issued, and that's for a failure to appear in CR 2025-112-691 out of Superior Court. In that matter, you now have a status conference April 10 with a preliminary hearing April 14, both at 8:30. Those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. So in this matter, the bond in your warrant's been affirmed. That's a $500 secured appearance bond. Do you have any questions regarding that?
Yes, ma'am, I'm asking you, can I be released and go on my own recognizance? I swear I will show up for court.
Unfortunately, your criminal history includes about 10 prior failures to appear. With that history, no, you're not going to get released today after this failure to appear.
Do you know when I will be released?
At this time, you have a bond, so if you're unable to post the bond, you would remain in custody at least till that next court date. From there on, it's going to be up to your assigned judge as to what happens with your release condition.
Ma'am, I swear I'll go to court.
Your release condition is more extensive than pretty much anyone else I'm going to be seeing today as far as failures to appear goes. You're not going to get released.
Okay, can I tell you, I went to court on this yesterday. I went to the court, and my name was on the Rouser thing, on the wall. I went to the court. I did. I remember now. I went to the court date.
All right, you can speak with your attorney about that. They can address that with your assigned judge.
Oh, but it wasn't here. I went to the one in Mesa, is my question. I went to court in Mesa.
That wasn't what you were instructed to do.
It wasn't? It wasn't?
So you need to go ahead and step over, go ahead and pick up that paperwork, and you can have a seat.
Oh.
All right, so we have Taylor Gamage, and then Connor Abernathy is going to be up after that. Ma'am, your full name and date of birth?
Taylor Melinda Gamage, 6/12/94.
All right, thank you. So you are here for a bench warrant issue. This is for failure to appear in your probation matter. So you now have a non-witness violation hearing set on April 10 at 8:30. That's going to be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. And in this matter, the bond in your warrant's been affirmed. This one is a $500 secured appearance bond. You have the same release conditions that if you do get released from custody, you still need to contact probation within 72 hours and otherwise comply with all the rest of your terms.
Yes,
All right, any questions about that?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. All right, so we have Connor Abernathy, and then after that, Hugo Oliveras Escobar. This one's incorrect, I'm not sure why, but we'll have to reprint it. All right, give me just one moment. I do have to make a change with yours. I'm not sure how it got changed here. I mean, obviously, I did it, but... All right, Mr. Abernathy, go ahead and state your full name and date of birth.
Connor Abernathy, January 10th, 2002.
All right, so you're here for a new case out of the East Mesa Justice Court. The charge is 1 count of criminal speed. That's a Class 2 misdemeanor. In this matter, you're not entitled to court-appointed counsel due to the nature of the charge, since this is a misdemeanor offense that does not otherwise qualify. You have an arraignment hearing set on April 23rd at 9 a.m. That's going to be at the East Mesa Justice Court. In this matter, you do have a bond, or I'm sorry, you are being released. That is going to be on your own recognizance. That is going to be your promise to appear. Do you have any questions regarding that?
No, ma'am.
All right. I did have his wrong, so I just reprinted that out. So if you want to go ahead and have a seat, we'll get you that new paperwork here in just a moment. All right, so we've got Mr. Oliveras Escobar. After that, it's going to be Andrew Hogue. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth.
Oliveros, February 5th, 1967.
All right, thank you, sir. So you've got 3 separate cases here today. I'm going to start with your probation matter. So your 2 probation cases are on the calendar today because a warrant was issued for a petition to revoke filed last July. It alleges a violation of terms 3 and 5 of your probation term. So the public defender has been appointed to represent you. You do currently have a revocation arraignment hearing April 10 at 8:30. That'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. So in each of these matters, the bond and the warrant's been affirmed. They each have a $300 secured appearance bond, so it's $600 total for both. If you do post bond and you are released from custody, you are still on supervised probation. You do still need to abide by all terms. That does include contacting probation within 72 hours. If you don't have a current number for them, there is going to be a number provided in your paperwork. Now, you do have a 3rd case here. This is for some new charges you were brought in on. You're not done quite yet. Let me give you this information here, okay? So you do have a new case. That's for 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia. I was not able to find probable cause on those charges. They did not provide me with enough information. So I am still appointing counsel to represent you in this case. You do still have court dates. That's going to be a status conference April 18, preliminary hearing April 22nd. Because I was not able to find probable cause in this matter, I can't set release conditions here. So in this matter, you would have otherwise been released, but unfortunately you do have those probation holds, okay? Do you have any questions regarding these?
No.
All right, sir. Go and step over and we'll get you that paperwork. Thank you. All right, so we have Andrew Ho, and after that, Dante Holly. Mr. Hogue, what's state your full name and date of birth?
Andrew William James Hogue, May 26, 1994.
All right, sir, you were here for a new case out of Superior Court. It is alleging 1 count of trafficking in the 1st degree, a Class 3 felony, 1 count of theft, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia. That's actually also a Class 6 felony. In this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You have a status conference currently set on April 18 with the preliminary hearing April 22nd, both at 8:30. Those will be at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix. In this matter, I am going to be releasing you here today, but it will be subject to the supervision of pretrial services. You'll receive some instructions regarding that before you go. It does include their contact information because you do have to stay checked in with them while on release. You also have orders here that you are not to return to the scene of the offense. You cannot go back to your mother's house. You cannot have any contact with your mother, at least until further court order. You are also ordered not to possess any weapons while on release in this matter. Do you have any questions regarding that?
She's my payee. empty my SSDI. So how am I gonna?
You are not to have any contact with the alleged victim in this matter, which is your mother. So if that's the case, you're going to have to wait till further court order. You can talk to your attorney about any issues you have in the interim. Do you have any other questions? All right, if you want to go ahead and step over, you can go ahead and pick up that paperwork. All right, so we have Dante Holly, Isaac Guerrero will be up after that. All right, full name and date of birth?
Dante Holly, 5/18/77.
All right, thank you. So you are here for a new case. This is going to be out of the West Mesa Justice Court. So in this matter, the charge is one count. They've actually submitted it as an attempted assault, which is going to be a Class 2 misdemeanor. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You have an arraignment hearing set on April 22nd at 8:30. That'll be at the West Mesa Justice Court. And in this case, based on a review of your history or lack thereof, you are going to be released today. It is going to be on your own recognizance, which is going to be your promise to appear. Your release conditions do include the terms that you are not to have any contact with the alleged victim in this matter or any complainant or witness in this case. So if she's still residing at that same location you were sharing before, that does mean you need to find an alternate residence. If she's no longer residing there...
She doesn't reside at my home.
If she's no longer residing there, you are able to return there. But if she is there, you can't return there because you can't have contact, okay?
Okay.
All right, any questions regarding that?
No. So I got to pay a bond or something or what?
You do not have a bond. You're being released on your own recognizance.
And
that is going to be your promise to appear.
Oh, okay. And then what day did you say I need to...
Your next court date is April 22nd at 8:30 a.m. Okay, and all of that information will be included in that paperwork we're going to give you.
Awesome.
Okay? All right, if you want to go and step over, you can go and pick that up. Ms. Ghana, you going to do number 38? Okay. All right, so we do have Isaac Guerrero. Michelle Thompson will be up after that. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth?
Isaac Guerrero, 88/89.
All right, thank you. So you are here for a new case out of the Goodyear Municipal Court. So this is going to be for one count of possession of drug paraphernalia, which is a Class 1 misdemeanor. So in this matter, you are not entitled to court-appointed counsel based on the nature of the charge, since it is a misdemeanor offense that does not otherwise qualify, okay? You do have the right to retain an attorney on your own behalf to represent you in this matter. You have an arraignment hearing set on April 23rd at 1 p.m. That'll be at the Goodyear Municipal Court. You'll get the address for the court in your paperwork. In this case, you are being released on your own recognizance. That is going to be your promise to appear at all future court dates. Do you have any questions for me at this time?
No.
All right, go ahead and step over. We'll get you that paperwork there so you can have a seat. We've got Michelle Thompson. Joshua Hayes is up after that. All right, Ms. Thompson, go and state your full name and date of birth.
Michelle Thompson, 3/31/1963.
All right, thank you. So you are here for a new case out of the Buckeye Municipal Court for the charge of criminal damage, a Class 1 misdemeanor. In this matter, based on the financial information submitted, I don't show you qualify for court-appointed counsel. If you believe that's incorrect and based on your financial situation, you should qualify. We can address that here right now. You can also bring that up at your next court date as well, okay? At this time, you have an arraignment hearing set on April 22nd at 2 p.m. That would be at the Buckeye Municipal Court. So the address for that court is going to be included in your paperwork. I don't show you have any other criminal history, so you are being released on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear. Given the nature of the offenses, since this is considered a domestic violence offense in nature, you do have orders that you are not to have any contact with the alleged victim or any complainant or witness. That does mean if you were previously residing together, you would need to find an alternate residence, at least until further court order. If you do need to return in person to the shared residence, you can do that in person, but you'd have to do it using a civil standby. That's by contacting local law enforcement and scheduling it through them. Do you have any questions regarding any of that?
Is it a misdemeanor or no?
It is a misdemeanor.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a Class 1 misdemeanor.
It's a misdemeanor.
Yeah, that's why you're going to city court. Yeah, that's why you're going to Buckeye Municipal Court.
Okay, so I would be there. I don't need an attorney for that. I've never been to
That is up to you. You have the right to have an attorney represent you in any criminal matter. In your case, I don't show you qualify for court-appointed counsel, and that's due to financial information that we've received. But you do have the right to retain an attorney. As to what you decide to do in this case, it is up to you.
Okay, on my own, that would be out of pocket for myself?
Correct.
Okay. My other question is, when I leave here, I do live there, can I go, I'm moving out Sunday. Mm-hmm. Would I be able to go there and get my things that I need until Sunday, my scrubs and my medicine and everything?
That's what I was saying with that civil standby, Okay, so yeah, that's what you need to do. Contact Buckeye PD on their non-emergency line. Let them know you have a civil standby. If there's medication involved that you need to take, let them know about that, because that, to make sure that they know that you have something you need to pick up that you would take on a regular basis. Okay?
Yeah, my thyroid medications and things like that. Yeah.
Okay, so if you think you're going to need that, if you think you're going to need to use that civil standby, you keep the paperwork, okay? Because they sometimes require a court order that provides that language, and yours provides that language.
Okay.
Okay, so just in case. If you have a third party who can assist you other than the alleged victim in this matter, then you can use them as well. You just can't go in person without that civil standby set up.
Okay, so I call them, which is the Buckeye Police Department, and they meet me there to gather my items.
Correct, they set that up with you.
And then when I move, the same thing? When I go to...
You'll have to talk to them about that. I'm not sure how they do that, because really they only do like a one-time thing, so we might have to figure something else out. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so we've got Mr. Hayes. All right, Mr. Hayes, go and state your full name and date of birth.
Joshua James Gilbert Hayes, 187.
All right, thank you, sir. You've got two cases here today. I'm going to start with the new matter that just came in. This is for a new case out of Superior Court. It is alleging one count of possession of narcotic drugs, which is a Class 4 felony, and one count of possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony, and one count of criminal trespass in the third degree, that's a Class 3 misdemeanor. So in this case, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You have a status conference set on April 18 with a preliminary hearing April 22nd, both at 8:30. That's going to be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. So in this matter, based on a review of your history, I'm including your probation notes, which did indicate that you have been checking in with probation, or at least have checked in recently. It's only for that reason that I'm going to release you today to appear at that next court date on your own. So you are being released on your own recognizance, but you are still subject to the supervision of your probation officer. You need to continue to check in with them and otherwise comply with those terms.
Yes, ma'am.
So your next matter is going to be the probation case that you have here. That's here because a Term 1 violation was issued. So in that matter, the public defender is appointed as well. Revocation arraignment hearing set April 10 at 8:30. And that matter, same release conditions. You are being released on your own recognizance, subject to their supervision. Again, contact them within 72 hours of your release. And just make sure you realize I just gave you two different sets of court dates there. That probation matter on April 10, that's the one that's coming up first. Okay? Any questions regarding that? All right, if you want to go ahead and step over, we'll get your paperwork for both matters. All right, before we call our last matter, before we're clear here, I'm going to go ahead and put the house calls on record. All right, so we're going to start with Desiree Andromeda Acuna, date of birth 11/7/97. Is here for two separate matters. First one's a new case out of Superior Court alleging one count of possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony, two counts of indecent exposure, Class 1 misdemeanor. She has a house call today due to exhibiting bizarre or unsafe behavior. So in this matter, the public defender has been appointed. A status conference is set April 10, preliminary hearing April 14, both at 8:30 at the downtown Phoenix Superior Court. In this first case, she has a $50 cash only appearance bond with orders not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, witness, not to return to the scene of the offense. Next matter is going to be a probation violation warrant, which is for a Term 1 violation. Public defender has been appointed. Revocation arraignment hearing set on April 10 at 8:30 at the downtown Phoenix Superior Court. In this matter, she has a $900 secured appearance bond with orders to contact probation within 72 hours. Next house call we have is going to be for Gilberto Martinez, date of birth 8/25/94. He is also a house call due to exhibiting unsafe or bizarre behavior. He's here for a new case out of Superior Court alleging one count of criminal trespass on a critical public service facility, a Class 6 felony. The court was unable to find probable cause on the single count that was submitted here today, as the Form 4 did not allege a trespass at a criminal or a critical public service facility as defined by ARS statute. I think that was 1501. Public defender still been appointed. Status conference set April 18 with the preliminary hearing April 22nd, both at 8:30 at the downtown Phoenix Superior Court. And I show that as everybody for house calls. Are we good to go on our last matter here? All right. All right, Mr. Villegas, go and step in the courtroom. And sir, please state your full name and date of birth.
Officer Villegas, 4385.
All right, thank you. And counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Bert Bonham,
all right, thank you. All right, so sir, you were here for a new case out of Superior Court, or at least that's your first matter. We'll go over your second case in a minute. That new matter alleges one count of transfer of selling drugs to a minor. That's a Class 2 felony. One count of providing obscene material to a minor, that's a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of sexual conduct with a minor is a Class 6 felony. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. Your court dates at this time are a status conference April 10, preliminary hearing April 14, both at 8:30. Did you want to address release conditions, or is there anything else you needed to address in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor. I provided the court with my written recommendation, and I would stand on that in regards to release conditions. The state would move to seal the Form 4. I believe law enforcement inadvertently included the victim's name.
And I didn't catch that. Let me just double check that real fast, and then we'll go and get that done.
I believe it was when they were quoting the confrontation call.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead and seal the Form 4 in this matter. Give me just one moment so I can make sure that saves. All right, that is marked as sealed at this point. All right, so Mr. Villegas, based on the nature of the offense that you have here, which does involve the alleged sexual abuse of a minor, as well as the furnishing of drugs to that same minor, I do believe that a significant bond is appropriate in your matter. You do have a $75,000 cash-only appearance bond, and if you are released from custody and post that bond, it is going to be subject to the supervision of pretrial services. You would have electronic monitoring added as part of those release conditions as required by Arizona law. You're also ordered not to return to the scene of the offense, not to have any contact with the alleged victim or any complainant or witness. I did include that you are not to have any contact with any minors at this time as well, at least not until further court order. If there is an order of protection issued, you must obey that order. Do you have any questions regarding any of that information? All right, sir, if you want to go and step over, we'll be providing you with some paperwork as well. All right, thank you, Ms. Gunn. Thank you. All right, looks like that is everybody.
released to the custody of Pinal County. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. So the next hearing that I'm going to set to check if you are still here or if you have been released is May 5th at 9 a.m.
Okay.
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
I do have a couple questions for you.
Okay.
I don't know if they're to ask you, but am I allowed to have a mattress and my regular clothes back?
While you're in the jail?
Yeah.
I think they're probably not going to let you wear your regular clothes, and I don't know what their position is on mattresses. That you would need to ask someone at the jail about that.
Okay.
Is that all?
I do have another question.
Okay.
Who was the person that was it an assault?
It's charges of aggravated assault and endangerment out of Pinal County. So I only have the charges. I don't have any details because it's from another county.
I don't even remember being in Pinal County, to be honest.
All right. Well, you'll have the opportunity to speak with an attorney once you are in Pinal County and, figure out what's going on with those charges, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Your excuse.
Thank you.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Sylvia Bustamante.
Ms. Bustamante, this is the initial appearance for you on charges of possession of a narcotic drug and promoting contraband in jail. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. I am appointing the legal defender's office to represent you in this case. You also have counsel seated next to you for the purposes of today's hearing, where we are going to discuss your conditions of release. And it looks like you are being held without bond on another case, and that case is not before me. So all we'll be discussing today is these new charges. But it looks like regardless of what I order on these charges, you would still be held on that other case. So I have reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which does include whether or not you have any felony criminal history. It does also include some information about you, some of which you provided to them, and their assessment on a couple of scales, and any recommendations they have for conditions of release. And then I've also reviewed the state's recommendation, which is that you are held on a bond of $10,000 on these charges, and if you are released, that you be released to pretrial services. Would the state like to be heard any further on this recommendation?
Your Honor, he's technically admitted to release on, the indicted case that's pending sentencing. She does have a pending no bond hearing for the new ag DUI case coming up, so there hasn't really been a final decision on that. We could technically ask for no bond, but given the nature of the offense and the already pending no bond hearing on the other case, the state feels a slightly higher bond would be appropriate.
Thank you. Does the defense have information to provide?
I don't have anything to add to what you've already reviewed, Your Honor. I think 10,000 is a little bit high based on her criminal history, and if she is held no bond, then it doesn't really matter how high it is, frankly. So.
Thank you. So on this case, I'm going to order a bond of $5,000 cash or secured. If you are released on the other matters and then you are released on this matter, you'd be released to pretrial services. You'll be required to submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You'd be required not to possess any alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. Your next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing on April 14th at 1:30. If you remain in custody, the jail will make you available for that hearing. And if you are released, then you will be responsible to appear at that hearing. And if you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You're excused for today.
Thank you. Yeah. We get emails, but then there's no faces. Emails. People.
Hello, good morning.
Hello.
And just really quick on my Lois Frank.
Oh yeah, I'm not. Wait. Oh, let's go again here. Are you misdemeanor? Yeah. I mean, I might be able to shoot some questions, but I'm not technically.
Because so they. The suppose like
I'm the information of the case and they're being recorded. So that's all okay. So thank you all.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Good morning, Frank Gonzalez.
Mr. Gonzalez, this is the time for your initial appearance on charges of disorderly. Oh, I just got logged out of the system. Let me log back in real quick. Well, that's problematic. Yeah, the pretrial services isn't letting me back in. Is there someone we can contact about that? Or? Okay, thank you. All right, you're here for your initial appearance on misdemeanor charges of disorderly conduct and obstructing a public thoroughfare. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You always have the right to hire the attorney of your choice, and in certain circumstances, you may have an attorney appointed on your behalf. We're going to talk about your conditions of release, and if I were to release you on your promise to appear for your future court dates, would you appear?
Definitely, most definitely.
Okay. So I am going to order that you are released on your promise to appear at future court dates. Your next court date is going to be April 14th at 8:30 a.m. before Judge Cornejo at Pima County Justice Court. You'll get some paperwork with that on it. The additional conditions of release are that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs and have no contact with the alleged victim of the disorderly conduct. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. All right. And I don't remember if I said that, but if you didn't appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest.
For sure. Understood.
Thank you. You're excused for today.
Likewise. God bless.
Oh. Thank you. Let me just... I'm going to just try pulling up a new browser.
I'm just here. I can possible right at this moment. No.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Dr. Abrams.
Mr. Abrams, this is the time for your initial appearance on some charges out of Tucson City Court. Those include domestic violence, charges of assault, criminal damage, and disorderly conduct, as well as charges of resisting arrest. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and in certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. This is also your arraignment, so I'll let you know that you are presumed to be innocent, and I will enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf today. If I were to order that you be released on your promise to appear for future court dates, sir, would you appear for your future court date?
Yes, ma'am.
So I am going to order that you're released on your promise to appear. Additional orders are that at this time that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal substances, that you commit no acts of domestic violence, have no contact with Robin Estrada, do not go to her residence or workplace. Your next court date will be May 6th at 1:30. That's before Judge Millian at Tucson City Court for a domestic violence arraignment. If you were to fail to appear for that hearing, a warrant could issue for your arrest. The hearings can also go forward in your absence. That includes trial. And if you're convicted and then fail to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You're excused for today.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Thomas Alton Collins up there.
Thank you. Mr. Collins, you are here for your initial appearance after being arrested on several charges out of Tucson City Court, which include a number of counts of disorderly conduct that were in warrant status for failing to appear, assault, which is a domestic violence charge that was also in warrant status for failure to appear, as well as possession of drug paraphernalia and obstruction. Those were also in warrant status. And then it looks like there are new charges of assault, disorderly conduct ×3, which are all domestic violence offenses. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing Scott Redmond to represent you on the new cases. And affirming his previous appointment on the older cases. You are presumed to be innocent, and on the new charges, I will enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf. I'm going to order that you be held on a bond of $500. That'll be cash or secured. That you may not possess or consume any alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs. You may not commit any acts of domestic violence. You may have no contact with the victims in the new offenses, Ashley Hamilton and Maria Swanson. You must abide by previous conditions of release, so no contact with any previous victims as well, and establish an alternative address if you were living with the victims.
Can you release me
You may
to a
not.
rehab facility? No. Can you release me to a rehab facility?
You may not return to the victim's residence or the incident location. And your next court date is going to be April 16th at 1:30 p.m. If you fail to appear for that court date, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward in your absence, including trial. And if you are convicted and then fail to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. If you are still in custody, the jail will make you available for the hearing. And if you are released, it will be your responsibility to appear. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You're excused for today.
Mr. Lopez?
Good morning. Please state your name.
Frank Augusto Lopez III.
Mr. Lopez, this is the time for your initial appearance on a number of charges out of Tucson City Court, which include several counts of disorderly conduct and a couple of counts of criminal damage that were in warrant status, and then new charges of threats or intimidation and disorderly conduct. At least one of those is a domestic violence offense. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you. I am going to order that you be held on a bond of $1,500 cash or secured. If you are able to post that bond and be released, you must possess or consume no alcohol or illegal substances, commit no acts of domestic violence, have no contact of any kind with any of the alleged victims, do not go to the incident locations, and abide by previous conditions of release. Your next court date is going to be April 16th at 1:30. If you are still in custody, the jail will make you available, and if you have been released, it'll be your responsibility to appear. If you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward in your absence, including trial. And if you're convicted and then fail to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then on the new charges, I'll also enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf for today's purposes and let you know that you are presumed to be innocent. All right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You're excused.
Curtis, Curtis.
Run for the shots.
And you are told to vote. Actually, my hallucinating is getting balance. I'm supposed to go for it.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Singing Yoshi Curtis.
Ms. Curtis, this is the time for your initial appearance.
Yes. I don't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You're here on charges of aggravated assault and abuse. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You also have Tucson City charges of assault and disorderly conduct, which are domestic violence offenses. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. Felony matter, and I am going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you in the felony matter, and I am going to appoint the City of Tucson public defender to represent you on the misdemeanor matters. We're going to talk, and you have counsel seated next to you for the purposes of today's hearing, at least regarding the felony. So we're going to talk about your conditions of release, and I have reviewed information provided by pretrial services. I have also reviewed the interim complaint and the state's recommendation that you be held on a bond of $10,000, and if released due to posting that bond, that you be released to the custody of pretrial services. Would the state like to be heard any further?
I would just note, Your Honor, the pretrial report notates she's on some sort of misdemeanor probation. They don't really go on into detail on that. And she does have the NVCA flag, and it was a pretty, concerning attack. If you look at the data, the age of this victim and what occurred. And we would regardless of whether she's held or released, given the allegations, definitely a no contact order should be in place.
Thank you. And defense?
So, Your Honor, we're asking for her release. She is full-time employed. She has indicated she has housing separate from both the alleged victim and her sister, who made some statements in the pretrial services report. The probation is a misdemeanor probation out of Maricopa, and she's indicated she has some learning difficulties, which it sounds like it will be best suited for her to be able to work with her attorney out of custody if the charges proceed.
Thank you. And if I were inclined to order a bond amount, is there an amount she believes she could post?
Her employment is recent, the last couple weeks. She doesn't have any savings, so we're going to proceed to ask for release.
Thank you. Right, I'm going to order a bond of $1,500, cash or secured. If you are able to post that bond and be released, you'll be released to pretrial services. You'll be required to submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You may not commit any acts of domestic violence. You may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. No firearms or weapons. Do you need to return to the victim's residence to pick up any belongings?
Yes, Your Honor, if I could, I do want to say really quick, if I could, because I do plan on taking all of my items out and possibly getting a storage so I can store my stuff. I do have also Section 8 that I'm supposed to be. I have my voucher already, so I'm already in the transitioning stage as far as moving and getting back into my own place. So.
Okay. So I am ordering no contact with the alleged victim. Don't return to the incident location, but you may return one time with a police escort to pick up belongings. So you'll take my order to the local police station, the closest one to the residence, and they'll escort you to pick up your belongings. Your next court date is going to be April 14th at 1:30. That will be for a preliminary hearing. If you remain in custody, the jail will make you available for that hearing. And if you are released, it'll be your responsibility to appear. If you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, Your
Honor. All right, thank you. You're excused for today.
Does she have a city court date, Your Honor?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's great. On the city court charge, let's see. I am going to order that you are released on your promise to appear and that your next court date is going to be May 6th at 1:45. Sorry, at 9:30 in the morning. That'll be for a pretrial conference before Judge Mayhew. And I'm sorry, I read that wrong. It's May 5th. Let me correct that.
Give me 1 second. I'll go through it. Let me just get a information first.
And then if you're still in custody, the jail will make you available for that hearing. If you've posted bond or otherwise been released on the felony charge, then you'll be responsible to appear. The additional orders are that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, commit no acts of domestic violence, have no contact with Dejanay Jones, and do not go to her residence or incident location. Is that the same location where you need to return once to pick up your belongings?
Yes.
So I'll order that in this case as well. And the City of Tucson Public Defender is appointed to represent you. I will enter a plea of not guilty on your behalf in the misdemeanor case because this is also your arraignment for that case. I'll let you know that if you are presumed to be innocent. However, if you fail to appear for any of the hearings in that case, not only can a warrant issue for your arrest, but the hearings can also go forward in your absence, including trial. And if you are convicted and fail to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Great. Thank you, ma'am. You're excused for today. Good morning. Please state your name.
Samuel Cole Foster.
Mr. Foster, you were here this morning for your initial appearance. You have a couple of different matters, including felony charges of failure to register and misdemeanor charges of failure to comply with a court order and possession of drug paraphernalia. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney in the felony matter, and I am appointing the public defender's office to represent you in that case. In the misdemeanor matters, you always have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and in some circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. You are presumed to be innocent, and I will enter a plea of not guilty for you in your misdemeanor charges, as today is also the arraignment date for those charges. We're going to talk about your conditions of release on all of these charges, and for the felony, I have reviewed information provided by pretrial services, including their assessments and recommendations. I have also reviewed the recommendation of the state, which is that you be held on a bond of $5,000, and if you're able to post that bond, that you be released to pretrial services. Would the state like to be heard further?
Your Honor, the only thing I would note is he reported living at an address, but the victim from the misdemeanor case from what pretrial, he doesn't have a known resident, but nothing additional to add outside the criminal history and things of that nature, Judge.
Thank you. And defense?
Your Honor, we'd ask for $1,000 bond due to Mr. Foster's employment status. He doesn't have a history of failure to appear. It appears that this is the first time this issue has come up. And it looks like it was a recent change in his residence that he maybe was still figuring out and trying to move forward with. So in light of that, we ask for $1,000.
Thank you. All right, so I am going to order a bond of $1,000 cash or secured in the felony matter. If you are able to post that bond, sir, you'll be released to the custody of pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, no contact with any alleged victims, and report to the Pima County Sheriff's Department at 1650 East Benson Highway within 2 working days following release from custody. Your next court date in this matter is going to be April 14th at 1:30. If you were to fail to appear for that court hearing, a warrant could issue for your arrest. If you remain in custody, the jail will make you available. And then turning to the misdemeanor matters, I'm going to order that you are released on your promise to appear for those matters. Your next court date will be May 8th at 9:30. If you remain in custody, the jail would make you available, but if you are released, it'll be your responsibility to appear. The additional orders are that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, commit no acts of domestic violence, have no contact with Cynthia Foster, do not go to her home, workplace, or the incident location. And I am going to appoint the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you in that matter. I already told you your next court date is on May 8th at 9:30. If you fail to appear for that court date, not only can a warrant issue for your arrest, but the hearings can go forward in your absence, including trial. If you are convicted and then fail to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. You understand the consequences of failing to appear for court?
Yeah.
Thank you. You're excused for today.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. You can erase it. Unless they weren't held on anything else, were they? Oh, she was. She was held on something else.
Yes.
Felony Good morning. Please state your name.
I remember.
Mr. Linebarger, this is the time for your initial appearance on a few different matters. It looks like you have new felony charges of organized retail theft and theft. And then there are a number of cases out of Tucson City Court dating back to 2022, which include charges of criminal trespass. There's 3 of those, and then two charges of theft, 1 charge of possession of drug paraphernalia, and 1 of resisting arrest. Some of those I think were in warrant status for failure to appear, and 1 of them may have been on probation. I'm not 100% sure, but that's what the notation here looks like. You have the right to remain silent on all of these cases. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. In the felony case, I am going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. And then in the misdemeanor cases, I'm going to appoint the City of Tucson public defender to represent you. And then we're going to talk about your conditions of release and all of these matters. And you do have counsel seated next to you for the purposes of today's hearing. I have reviewed information in the interim complaint from the felony matter. I have also reviewed information from pre-trial services. And the state's recommendation, the state has recommended that you be held on a bond of $10,000. If you're able to post that bond, that you be released to pretrial services. And would the state like to be heard any further?
I would just note his the number of incidences, the misdemeanor and felony criminal history involving similar conduct, Your Honor.
Thank you. And defense?
Your Honor, we're asking for no more than a $1,000 bond. This is a shoplifting charge. The state has put under risk to the community of the inherent nature of the offense should be something that you should take into consideration when asking for a $10,000 bond. They end up marked under on everyone's recommendation. I would draw your attention to that. It's a shoplift. It's not a risk to the community. I understand there's likely going to be a bond put in place due to his criminal history and the pending misdemeanors, but due to his housing and employment status, I would ask for no more than $1,000.
Thank you. So on the felony matter, I'm going to order a bond of $1,500 cash and secured. If you are able to post that bond and be released, you'll be released to pretrial services. You'll be ordered to submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You may not possess or consume alcohol or legal drugs. You may not possess any firearms or weapons. No contact with the alleged victims of the thefts or organized retail theft. Do not return to the incident location. On the felony matter, your next court date will be April 13th at 1:30. If you remain in custody, the jail will make you available. If you are released, it'll be your responsibility to appear. And then on the misdemeanor matters, I'm going to order a bond of $500 cash or secured. No contact with the alleged victims. Do not return to the incident locations or victims' residence or workplace. Abide by any previously ordered conditions of release, and do not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. For the misdemeanor matters, your next court date is going to be April 14th at 1:45. And I believe that is the same day and shortly after the other hearing. The jail should be able to work it out to move you from video appearance in one hearing to the other. And then if you happen to be released in that case, your next court date will instead be April 29th at 10 a.m. in Tucson City Court before Judge Blue. If you fail to appear for any of your court dates after being released, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Thank you. Your excuse for today. Good morning. Oh.
Morning.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Renee Romero.
Mr. Romero, this is the time for your initial appearance on several different matters. Excuse me. It looks like you have new felony charges of shoplifting, and then there are misdemeanor charges of failure to appear on a shoplifting charge, and another one regarding child neglect, and then Tucson City Court charges of criminal damage. There's two different criminal damage charges that are domestic violence charges. You have the right to remain silent in all of these cases. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and in the felony matter, I am going to appoint the legal defender's office. And in the Tucson City Court matter, I am going to appoint the City of Tucson Public Defender's Office. I believe you have a contract attorney on the other matters, but I'll have to get to that page before I can tell you who that is. So we're going to talk about your conditions of release in all of these cases, and you have counsel seated next to you for the purposes of discussing your conditions of release in the felony matter. I've reviewed information from the interim complaint and in the felony matter, and I have reviewed information provided by pretrial services about you, including their assessments and recommendations. And I have reviewed the state's recommendation, which is that on the felony matter, you be held with a bond of $5,000. And if you are able to post that bond and be released, that you're released to the custody of pretrial services. Would the state like to be heard further?
Yeah, Judge. So I know defense might disagree, but it's not only individuals, but also businesses that are a part of our community. And this defendant has similar misdemeanor conduct where, again, you mentioned the cases that she's also going to be seen on, as well as the misdemeanor court. And she also has, it looks like she's on 2 probation. I'm going to assume that's out of city court as well. I believe there's violation warrants out for her arrest. So I don't know if those specifically are for similar offenses, but given the warrant, the probation warrant, and then the other warrants, a bond's appropriate in this matter.
Thank you. And I did forget to mention that there is a hold for another matter. I don't know exactly what it is. It says it's a superior court hold, so I'm assuming there's a bond on another superior court case.
An individual at the down here at the jail indicated there is no hold from Superior Court.
Oh, okay. All right, I will take that off. All right, and defense.
Your Honor, we are asking for her release. She doesn't have a felony criminal history. This is $100. The risk to the community is about violence and danger to the community. She's not a danger to the community. She obviously has some instability issues. And a need for some sort of housing assistance, but that does not justify her being held in custody on what is effectively a glorified shoplift.
Great. And I do, in the Tucson City Court cases, it's actually a probation revocation, and that judge is requesting that she be held on a bond. I am likely to honor that judge's request based on what I have in front of me about the Tucson City Court cases. And so in that instance, would you be suggesting a low bond so that she gets credit for the time on the felony matter?
Sure, Judge. She can't post any bond, so we would be asking for just $100 for time credit.
Okay, thank you. So on the, let me take a quick look. All right, there are a number of cases that are going to stack up a little, so I am going to order $100 cash or secured on this case. If you are released, you'll be released to pretrial services. You may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not possess firearms. No contact with the alleged victim. Do not return to the incident location. Your next court date will be April 14th at 1:30 for a preliminary hearing. And if you remain in custody, the jail will make you available for that hearing. If you are able to be released prior to that hearing, then it will be your responsibility to appear. If you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Then on the
Based on the report. When was March? April, what was today? Today is April 4th.
So it's 10 days from today for that hearing. And then on the Pima County Justice Court neglect case.
I had a dismissal. It wasn't even nothing brought up. They said it wasn't even me. That was even the last time I was here.
All right, that's not what's showing for me, ma'am, but I am appointing Douglas Taylor to represent you. You can contact him, and if your case was dismissed, I'm sure he'll be able to have this handled for you. So I'm going to order a bond of $100 cash or secured in that case. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the alleged victim. Do not return to the incident location. And then in the misdemeanor shoplifting case from Pima County Justice Court, I'm going to order a bond of $50 cash or secured. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the alleged victim. Do not go to the incident location. Douglas Taylor is also appointed to represent you on both of those misdemeanor cases. Your next court date is April 7th, which is 3 days from now at 1 p.m. before Judge Steele. And that'll be for a case management conference. And then on the Tucson City Court matters where your probation has been requested to be revoked, I'm ordering a bond of $2,500 cash or secured. Your next court date will be April 23rd at 1:30. And if you are able to post bond, the additional conditions are to possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, commit no acts of domestic violence, have no contact with the alleged victim, do not return to the incident location, and the City of Tucson public defender is appointed to represent you. In that case, if you were to fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Your trooper is ready, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Pasen por ahí, por favor. Ahí, toma asiento. Ahí. Sí. Ok.
Good morning, sir. Please state your name.
Buenos días, señor. Por favor, declare su nombre.
Alonso Montiel Preciado.
Diego Alonso Montiel Preciado.
Yes.
Mr. Montiel Preciado, this is the time for your initial appearance on charges of trespassing, criminal damage, escape, and aggravated assault on law enforcement.
Señor Alonso Montiel Preciado, esta es la comparecencia inicial por cargos de ingreso ilícito a propiedad ajena, de provocar daños penales, de tratar de escaparse y evadir y agresión con agravantes con un agente del orden público. Escuche.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I am appointing the public defender, and you also have counsel seated next to you for today's purposes.
Tiene usted derecho de guardar silencio. Cualquier cosa que diga podrá y será usada en contra suya. Tiene usted derecho a tener representación de algún licenciado. Vamos a designar a la agencia del defensor público del condado para que se encargue de su defensa. También tiene a su lado esta mañana a una defensora pública.
We're going to talk about your conditions of release today, and I have reviewed the interim complaint describing the circumstances of the arrest. I have reviewed information from pretrial services, including their recommendations, and I have reviewed the state's recommendation that you be held on a bond of $10,000 and released to pretrial services if you do post bond.
He tenido la oportunidad de revisar la querella inicial de su caso. También he tenido información de revisar la recomendación de la Agencia de los Servicios Preprocesales. Tengo información de la causa y de su personalidad. También he revisado la recomendación de la Fiscalía, que pide que se le imponga fianza de $10,000 y si logra salir, que sea supervisado por la Agencia de Servicios previos al juicio.
Would the state like to be heard further regarding its recommendation?
El fiscal dará su recomendación adicional si la tiene.
Your Honor, it's my understanding he has an ICE hold for the jail calendar, and at least a good portion of this incident was violent in nature, and he lacks any sort of what would appear ties to the community. So we're requesting the $10,000 bond based on that.
Señora juez, lo que hemos visto en el calendario de la cárcel es que el señor Montiel Preciado tiene orden de detención en contra suya por el Departamento de Inmigración y Administración de Aduanas, y mucho de lo que ocurrió en este incidente tiene orígenes violentos, y por eso es que pedimos una fianza de pedimos que se le ponga fianza de $10,000. The defendant continues to repeat that it's a lie, Your Honor.
Okay. And yes, I did forget to mention that the information I've received is that there is an immigration hold for you, so that if you were released from the jail, it would not be into the community, but to the custody of ICE.
Señor, olvidé decirle, dice la juez, que sí veo información que existe una orden de detención vigente en contra suya del Departamento de Inmigración y Administración de Aduanas. Así es que, aunque fuera excarcelado técnicamente en esta causa bajo fianza, no pasaría a la comunidad, sino a las manos de la Agencia de Inmigración.
Counsel, are you ready to proceed with the defense response, or do you need a moment to speak with your client?
La juez le pregunta a la abogada que está a su lado que se necesita tiempo para hablar con usted, señor, o está preparada a dar su recomendación de las condiciones de libertad. Espere.
To ensure that he's spending time and due to his employment and housing status, we're asking for no more than $1,000.
Thank you.
Dice, en vista de su empleo hábil y la cuestión de que se le considere el tiempo que lleva tiempo detenido antes de la resolución del caso, pedimos una fianza de $1,000 nada más. Gracias.
Great. I am going to order that you are held on a bond of $2,500. That'll be cash or secured. If you are able to post that bond, you'll be released to pretrial services. You'll be required to submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs or firearms or weapons. And I'll pause there.
Lo que voy a hacer es imponerle fianza por la cantidad de $2,500, señor. Si logra salir, será supervisado por la Agencia de Servicios previo al juicio. Tendrá que someterse al monitoreo y tratamiento que ellos le recomienden. Se le prohíbe tener en su posesión licor o droga ilícita o armas de fuego adicionalmente.
You may also have no contact with the alleged victims, and you may not go to the incident location.
También se le prohíbe tener contacto y comunicación con la víctima que se alega ni de regresar al sitio del incidente.
Your next court date will be April 14th at 1:30 for a preliminary hearing.
La próxima comparecencia en su causa se pacta para el día 14 de abril a la 1:30 por la tarde para una audiencia preliminar.
And if you fail to appear for that hearing, a warrant can issue for your arrest.
Si no se presenta tal audiencia a ese día, a esa hora, puede emitirse su detención de nuevo.
And then I'm not sure what the signal the defendant is making means, but does the defendant understand the consequences of failing to appear?
La juez nota que está haciendo usted gestos con su mano, señor. No sé si que quiere decir algo, pero debe usted comprender las condiciones de no presentarse a su debido tiempo. ¿Entiende las consecuencias de no presentarse? Diga sí o no.
You're unmuted.
Yes, yes.
Okay. If there's nothing further, you are excused for today.
Entonces, si no es más, es todo por hoy, puede retirarse. Your Honor, that may have been the one interpreter matter this morning.
That's my understanding. Does anyone else have reason to believe there's anyone else who requires the Spanish interpreter?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're excused, interpreter. I appreciate your services.
Thank you.
Good morning. Please state your name. Mr. Beauregard?
Yeah.
Right. This is the time for your initial appearance on a couple of different matters. You have been charged with felony possession of a narcotic drug, and then you've been charged out of Tucson City Court with misdemeanor assault. You have the right to remain silent on all of the charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. On the felony charge, you have the right to be represented by an attorney. I am appointing the public defender's office to represent you, and you have counsel seated next to you for today's purposes. On the misdemeanor charge, you always have the right to hire your own attorney, and in some circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We're going to talk about your conditions of release, and I have reviewed information provided by pretrial services. I have also reviewed the interim complaint describing the circumstances of the arrests, and I have reviewed the state's recommendation that you be released to pretrial services. Does anyone want to be heard further?
The state's fine with release given the nature of the charges, and the state would just be asking for the standard 20-day PH date because I did look into his criminal history and already determined he wouldn't qualify for the STEPS diversion program.
Thank you.
Sorry, Your Honor, go ahead.
My bad.
All right. So then, do you need to be heard about anything, defense? Okay.
Not if you're following the state's recommendation.
Yeah, I'm going to release you to pretrial services. You'll be required to submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. Your next court date is going to be April 24th at 1:30 in the afternoon. That's for a preliminary hearing. If you were to fail to appear for that court date, a warrant could issue for your arrest. And then we'll look at the Tucson City Court case. And in that case, I'm going to release you on your promise to appear for your future court date. I am going to order that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, have no contact of any kind with Manuel, the man from Planet Fitness, do not return to his residence or workplace or the incident location. And your next court date in this case is going to be May 1st at 2 o'clock before Judge Hale. I will enter a plea of not guilty on your behalf in this case, the Tucson City Court case, because this is also your arraignment for the Tucson City Court matter. I will advise you that you are presumed to be innocent. However, if you fail to appear for any court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward in your absence. That includes trial. And if you are convicted and then fail to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand your conditions of release?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You're excused for today. Good morning. Please state your name.
Damon Anthony Brisbane.
Mr. Brisbane, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here on charges of disorderly conduct with a weapon and endangerment. Oh, now I understand. Okay. And let's see. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the Public Defender's Office to represent you in this case. You have counsel seated next to you for the purposes of today's hearing. And today we're going to talk about your conditions of release. To prepare for that, I have reviewed the interim complaint, which describes the circumstances surrounding the charges. I have reviewed the information provided by pretrial services, which includes their recommendations and assessments. And then I have reviewed the recommendation by the state. The state is recommending that you be held on a bond of $10,000, and then if you are able to post that bond, that you be released to the custody of pretrial services. Would the state like to be heard any further?
Your Honor, the state understands he doesn't really have a history. It feels a bond's appropriate given the facts of driving very recklessly in a car with Maya and their child, and then producing a firearm and wanting to play Russian roulette and making threats of that nature. This is very dangerous conduct, so that is why the state's recommending a bond, and regardless of the court's decision, no contact with Maya and the minor victim.
Thank you. And defense?
Your Honor, we're asking for release. Mr. Brizendine is full-time employed. He has confirmed his housing separate from the alleged victim and the child with his father here in Tucson. It seems that there are conditions of release if he's released to pretrial services that can assist in protecting the community if he was released, including no access to firearms, contact perhaps for the purpose of dealing with any sort of child custody issues that arise, but other than that, no contact with the alleged victim.
Thank you. All right. I am going to order a bond of $5,000, cash or secured. I'm very concerned about the danger that was posed by these allegations. If you are able to post that bond and be released, you'll be released to the custody of pretrial services. You may not commit any acts of domestic violence. You may not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. Sir, if there are any firearms or weapons that are in your possession after you're released, you must surrender those to local law enforcement. You may have no contact with the alleged victim and not return to their residence or workplace. I'm assuming that's where you were living. So if you need to return there one time to pick up some belongings, I will allow you to return one time with a law enforcement escort to pick up your belongings. You'll take my order to the closest police station to the residence, and they will escort you to pick up your belongings. It may be appropriate in the future to have some exceptions to the no contact order, and that can be handled through a motion to modify the release. But as pretrial services was not able to speak with Maya, I'm going to order no contact for now, and then that can be modified in the future. And that includes while you're in custody, so no phone calls or messages to her while you're in custody either. Your next court date is going to be April 14th at 1:30. That's for a preliminary hearing. If you remain in custody, the jail will make you available for that hearing. If you are able to be released before then, it'll be your responsibility to appear. If you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand?
Yes.
Thank you. You're excused. I'm back into pretrial services, in case anyone asks.
Cody. You're off.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Thomas Jaredon.
Mr. Jaredine, this is the time for your initial appearance on charges of aggravated driving under the influence, criminal damage, and endangerment. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the Public Defender's Office to represent you in this matter. You also have counsel seated next to you for the purposes of today's hearing, where we're going to discuss your conditions of release. In preparing for that conversation, I have reviewed information provided by pretrial services about you and their recommendations and assessments. I have also reviewed the interim complaint, which describes the circumstances surrounding the charges. And I have reviewed the state's recommendation that you be held on a bond of $10,000 and released to pretrial services if you are released. Would the state like to be heard further?
Your Honor, I know the report notes he wasn't cooperative and couldn't be interviewed by pretrial, but in looking at an ID card being issued at the very end of January would suggest he hasn't been here for much time. He's got ties to Nebraska and Missouri per his felony criminal history, as well as having the noted prior DUI conviction out of Lincoln, Nebraska.
Thank you. Defense?
Your Honor, we're asking for no more than $1,000 bond. We understand that a bond is probably appropriate in light of the fact that his license was suspended due to a DUI, but he is a laborer. He doesn't have savings to be posting any sort of exorbitant bond.
Thank you. Great. I am am going to order a bond of $2,500. That will be cash or secured. If you are able to post that bond, you'll be released to pretrial services. You'll be required to submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no driving unless you have a valid driver's license. You may not possess any firearms or weapons. No contact with the alleged victim. Don't go to their residence or workplace. Your next court date is going to be April 14th. That's at 1:30 in the afternoon for a preliminary hearing at Pima County Justice Court. If you were to fail to appear for that hearing, a warrant could issue for your arrest. If you remain in custody, the jail will make you available for the hearing, and if you are released, then it'll be your responsibility to appear. You understand the consequences of failing to appear?
Yes.
Thank you. You're excused for today.
There's a bag of options, so
Gable.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Christian Gable.
Mr. Gable, you were here this morning for an initial appearance on a number of different matters. So there are new felony charges of burglary, possession of drug paraphernalia, and possession of burglary tools. And then you also have new misdemeanor charges of possession of a prescription drug and older misdemeanor charges of shoplifting that were in failure to appear status. You have the right to remain silent on all of these matters. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney in the felony matters. I am appointing the legal advocate's office to represent you. And you do have counsel seated next to you for the purposes of today's hearing. And then on the misdemeanor matters, you always have the right to hire an attorney of your choice. In some circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. I have reviewed information from pretrial services. I have reviewed the interim complaint for the felony matters, and I have reviewed the state's recommendation, which is that you be released to pretrial services. Is that on all matters? It looks like it is. I mean, all felony matters.
I believe we only have one felony interim. Is that right, Judge?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm recommending pretrial services just based on the nature of the allegations, nothing to add beyond that.
Great. And I am inclined to follow that recommendation. Does the defense need to be heard?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. So I will release you to pretrial services, sir. The additional orders are that you submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services, that you consume or possess no alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not possess any firearms. No contact with the alleged victims, and do not return to the incident location. On the felony matter, your next court date will be April 14th at 1:30. That'll be for a preliminary hearing at Pima County Justice Court. If you were to fail to appear for that hearing, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Then we'll go to the misdemeanor shoplifting, which was in warrant status. I will release you on your promise to appear for that case as well. Your next court date is going to be April 14th at 8:30. So I think that's the same day, just in the morning.
Is that at City Court or Justice Court?
Pima County Justice Court.
Thank you.
That'll be before Judge Cornejo. And the additional conditions are that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, and that you have no contact with the alleged victim. Do not return to the incident location. If you fail to appear for that court date, a warrant can and likely would issue for your arrest, since you were just picked up on a warrant for that case. And then for the other misdemeanor charges of possession of prescription drugs, I'm also going to release you on your promise to appear. You'll have that same court date of April 14th at 8:30 on those charges. And the other orders are that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs. And then if you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for your court dates?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You're excused for today.
States.
Brandy? Hi. Sorry to see you here.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Brandy Gates, Hannah.
Ms. Gates Tanner, this is the time for your initial appearance on new charges of unlawful possession of a dangerous drug, unlawful possession of a narcotic drug, and unlawful possession of drug paraphernalia. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the Public Defender's Office to represent you. You have counsel seated next to you for the purposes of today's hearing, where we're going to talk about, your conditions of release. And I have reviewed the interim complaint, information provided by pretrial services, and the state's recommendation or request. The state is asking that you be held without a bond. And that
Judge, if I may.
Yes.
So if defense is willing to stipulate, and I'll be as fair as I can with the amount of, if they're willing to stipulate to a $5,000 bond in lieu of a no bond, then I would be content with that. If they're not willing to agree to that, then I would just ask for the, no bond hearing.
We stipulate.
All right. Then I will.
And she wouldn't be eligible for the STEPS program, so we would just need a 10-day PhD.
Thank you.
You're going to be hearing of Monday for the rest of your I'm saying, a decent amount of fair investments into this because the judge recommends that it be fair. So it's the only stuff you know about funds. So I hear at some point it's kind of cheating by everything else. So yeah, that way you're in, get those to be here, some sometimes like this. Yeah.
So I will order that you're held on a bond of $5,000 that will be cash or secured. And I will order that if you are able to post that bond and be released, you'll be released to the custody of pretrial services. You must submit to any monitoring or treatment directed by pretrial services. You may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not possess firearms or weapons. Your next court date will be April 14th at 1:30 p.m. for a preliminary hearing. If you remain in custody, the jail will make you available. However, if you are released, it'll be your responsibility to appear, and if you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I'll see you on Monday morning.
Thank you.
I'd be under for one.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Alan Pickett.
Mr. Pickett, you were here this morning on your initial appearance. You were picked up on a fugitive warrant on charges of robbery, which are out of California.
Sure.
And let's see. All right. So they are requesting a bond of $50,000. And what I would be doing is likely affirming that bond. As long as there's nothing holding you here in Pima County Jail, you would be released to their custody. And I'd be setting a hearing to make sure that that happened.
Judge,
is this sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, I was thinking of a different type of hearing. Sorry, we would be setting a fugitive warrant hearing on April 9th.
Judge, it's parole violation, so he has to be held without bond.
Oh, okay. All right. Then I will, okay, it looks like, okay, Okay, it's the same time either way. All right, so I will set a hearing for April 9th at 2:30 for fugitive warrant hearing. Does anyone need to be heard further?
And he's held without bond, Judge?
Yes, he's held without bond.
Okay, no, nothing, and I believe the legal defender's appointed, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, nothing further, Judge, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, sir, do you understand?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
That's.
Good morning. Please state your name. Mr. Quintero, this is the time for your initial appearance on a couple of different matters. It looks like we have felony charges of possession of a narcotic drug for sale and possession of a weapon by a prohibited possessor. And then other misdemeanor charges out of Tucson City Court for disorderly conduct.
When was that?
I don't have a lot of information about that. Oh, it looks like it's from
South Tucson?
Yeah, South
City Court?
Yeah, July of 2018.
Yeah, I did not. I will try to work on that as soon as I get out of it,
Well, let me first tell you, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. On the felony charges, I am going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. And you do have counsel seated next to you for the purposes of today's hearing. And then on the misdemeanor charges, you always have the right to hire your own attorney, and in certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. So we're going to talk about your conditions of release, starting with the felony matter. And I have reviewed information provided by pretrial services. I have reviewed the interim complaint and the state's recommendation that you be held on a bond of $25,000. And if you are able to post that bond, that you be released to pretrial services. Would the state like to be heard further?
His criminal history and the sizable quantity of cocaine and fentanyl pills that him and his co-defendant had, as well as the admission to possessing the firearm and knowing he's not supposed to have firearms.
Okay. I'm just checking on.
I have been pleading on camping, so it's fine.
I couldn't read the whole thing on here, but it is a charge of possession of narcotic drugs for sale. And would the defense like to be heard?
Your Honor, we're asking for a much lower bond. His criminal history, at least as far as felony goes, he was done with probation in 2013, well over a decade ago. Looks like no felony since then. I don't have the extent of his misdemeanor history, but obviously it wasn't severe enough to become felonies. He has housing available. Due to his indigency, though, we would ask for no more than a $2,500 bond.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to order a bond of $15,000 cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to pretrial services. You'll be ordered to submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You may not possess or consume alcohol or drugs. You may not possess any firearms or weapons. If you are released and you have any firearms or weapons in your possession, you must surrender them to law enforcement. Your next court date is going to be April 14th. That will be at 1:30 in the afternoon for a preliminary hearing. That'll be at Pima County Justice Court. And then If you are in custody, the jail will make you available. If you have been released, then it'll be your responsibility to appear. And if you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. And then on the misdemeanor matter, I will order a bond of $50 cash or secured, and that will allow you to be heard on that case on April 7th at 10 a.m. in South Tucson City Court. And then I will appoint Michael Vaughn to represent you in that case. His information will be on the paperwork you receive. No contact with the victim of the disorderly conduct. Do not return to the incident location. No alcohol or illegal drugs. No firearms or weapons. And if you are released and fail to appear for that court date, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. You are excused for today.
Good luck. Rodriguez.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Sandra Rodriguez.
Thank you. Ms. Rodriguez, you are here this morning for your initial appearance on charges of possessing a weapon by a prohibited possessor, possession of narcotic drugs for sale. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. That'll be the Legal Defender's Office. Just check here. Yep. We're going to talk about your conditions of release today, and I have reviewed the information provided by pretrial services. I have reviewed their assessments and recommendations. I have also reviewed the interim complaint, which describes the circumstances surrounding the charges, and the recommendation of the state that you be held on a bond of $25,000 and released to pretrial services if you are able to post that bond. Would the state like to be heard further?
Your Honor, as you know, this is the co-defendant to the last individual. They have a similar, I want to say, criminal history. The allegations, again, are, similar in nature. The state wouldn't be opposed to imposing a similar bond as the last co-defendant of the $15,000 that you imposed, given the circumstances.
Thank you. Defense.
We're again asking for $2,500. She has one felony prior that was completed in 2018. She does have housing. She also indicates she has employment if she were able to get out of custody today.
All right, so I'm going to order a bond of $10,000 cash or secured. Pretrial services, if the bond is posted, monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You may not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not possess any firearms or weapons. If there are any firearms in your possession when you are released, you must surrender them to local law enforcement. And your next court date is going to be April 14th at 1:30 for a preliminary hearing. If you are released and fail to appear for that hearing, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
So,
Seconds.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Alejandro Sapiens.
Mr. Sapiens, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here on charges of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and criminal damage. Those are both felony charges. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. I am appointing the Public Defender's Office to represent you. You have counsel seated next to you for the purposes of today's hearing. At today's hearing, we are going to discuss your conditions of release. And I have reviewed information contained in the interim complaint, which describes the circumstances of the allegations. I have reviewed the information provided by pretrial services, which includes their assessments and recommendations, including information you provided to them. It would also let me know if you have any felony criminal history. I have also reviewed the state's recommendation. The state is recommending that you be held on a bond of $25,000, and if you are released, that you be released to the custody of pretrial services. Would the state like to be heard further?
Your Honor, technically here we have, I would say, approximately 9 or 10 victims that laid the knuckle knife. I would imagine the knuckle knife being like brass knuckles that have a knife at the end of it, in slashing all the tires and brandished it at least at one victim. And he does have, it appears, some sort of violent history. I didn't really get a good look at the misdemeanor history, but he does have a couple prior felony ag assaults in his past. So he's got a violent history, and this appears to be violent in nature in some capacity.
Thank you. Defense?
Yeah, and I'm asking for a $2,500 bond. He has housing available. It indicates, though, that he is disabled, and so due to that indigency and inability to pay a significant bond, we're asking for something lower.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to order a bond of $10,000, cash or secured. If you are able to post bond, you'll be released to pretrial services. You'll be required to submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You may not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not possess any firearms or weapons. No contact with any of the alleged victims. Do not return to the incident location. And your next court date is going to be April 14th. That will be at 1:30 p.m. And that will be for a preliminary hearing. If you remain in custody, the jail will make you available for the hearing. If you are released, it'll be your responsibility to appear. And if you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You're here for today.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, which office was appointed? Was that public defender?
Let me go back and check. Yes, public defender.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Runda?
Great. Good morning. Please state your name.
Jennifer Shaylin Zunda.
Ms. Zunda, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on charges of possession of a narcotic drug for sale, possession of a dangerous drug, possession of a narcotic drug, and possession of drug paraphernalia. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the Legal Defender's Office to represent you.
Hey, Peter, would you consider screening this one for steps due to the multiple defendants in the vehicle?
No, I wouldn't. Just based on the quantity. I'm sure there would be more info at the time of issuing.
Great. And we are going to talk about your conditions of release today, ma'am. I have reviewed the interim complaint describing the circumstances surrounding the arrest. I have also reviewed the state's recommendation that you be released to pretrial services, and I am inclined to release you to pretrial services. Does anyone need to be heard further?
No, Your Honor.
Right.
No, you're.
Thank you. So you'll be required to submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. No, you may not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not possess any firearms or weapons. Your next court date is going to be April 14th. That is at 1:30 in the afternoon for a preliminary hearing.
Your Honor, shouldn't it be the 24th when she's released?
I'm told that I'm always supposed to set co-defendants together. That's okay.
Yep.
If you fail to appear for that hearing, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand? All right. Thank you.
No, that's not a co-defendant. If you look at the interim complaints, they have different LEA numbers and they're completely separate incidences. So I don't know how or why these were linked as co-defendants. So she definitely should get a 20-day PH date.
Is there any objection to that from the defense?
No.
All right. I don't, doesn't matter to me. So I will put it in as the 24th. So ma'am, instead of the 14th, your next court date will be April 24th at 1:30. And that's the date that if you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. All right. Thank you. You're excused.
And just on those two, I saw the LEA number was the same agency. It was just off by the one number in the middle of the LEA number. So I assume maybe whoever processed the interims thought, it was the same incident because they're clearly different, separate investigations.
Okay. All right. That's fine. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, we don't have any interpreter matters today, is that right? Okay. All right, this is the 11 a.m. calendar for April 4th, 2025. This court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples made on the 2 a.m. calendar on the 1st of the month will also apply to these hearings. And we're going to start with Mr. Zachary Hernandez. If you please come all the way to the podium. After that will be Jose Reyes. If you go to the chair, the officer will show you where to wait. First, Mr. Hernandez, then Jose Reyes. Right here to the podium, please, sir. All right, sir, may I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Zachary Alexander Hernandez, and 11/69/94.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hernandez, you are here on a new case. You were arrested for one allegation of organized retail theft of merchandise, a Class 4 felony, alleged to have been committed on March 3rd of this year. There is probable cause for that, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date, and it is going to be the same lawyer that you have for your other open case, which I just want to make a record about that. It's here, 2025-000219. Your initial appearance in that case was February 27th of 2025. So you'll have the same lawyer for both cases. Your next court date is April 10th, 8:30 in the morning. That is this coming Thursday, April 10th. That's a status conference. Your preliminary hearing will be Monday, April 14th at 8:30. In between those, you're going to have a bail eligibility hearing. The reason you need that is you're not eligible for bail today. You're going to be held because you came in on probable cause for a new felony while you had an open and pending felony case. So you have to have a bail eligibility hearing. That will be April 11th, 1 week from today, 1:30 in the afternoon. On your paperwork, you'll see it as an evidentiary hearing because it is. But the purpose of that is bail. You may or may not be found eligible for bail in a week, but you're not eligible for today. You'll be staying. Okay. So we need to get your paperwork for you. I'm not sure if he has it yet. If not, he'll have you have a seat. Thank you very much. Mr. Reyes, and then Eddie Martinez Ciliano, will you please go to the chair? Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Eddie Martinez Ciliano, 2569.
Sir, you were probably asked if you need an interpreter. Do you want an interpreter? Because you have not been listening to the officers, if you do. Do you want an interpreter? Sí. ¿Quieres intérprete? All right, well, then he didn't listen to you guys. Siéntese, por favor. Mr. Sellers? Please just email him, whatever, text interpreter. Yeah. All right. Mr. Sellers, where's Mr. Sellers? Podium, please. Thank you. Mr. Murphy, Renard Murphy, you go to the chair, you'll be next. Hello, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
James Sellers, 10/27/83.
83?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me fix that because I had 84. All right, sir, you have been arrested in a new case. The allegations are theft of a means of transportation, Class 3 felony, 4 allegations of forgery, Class 4 felonies, 4 allegations of identity theft, Class 4 felonies, 1 allegation of unlawful flight from a law enforcement vehicle, and 1 of unlawful use of a means of transportation. Those are Class 5 felonies. Knowingly displaying a fictitious license plate and reckless driving, those are Class 2 misdemeanors. There is probable cause for all of those. The dates of offense range between January 27th and April 3rd of this year. And in this case, I am going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. I apologize. You came up not indigent, but I believe that you're going to need a lawyer appointed. So I'm going to do that now. We'll need to reprint your paperwork. All right. Your next court date is a status conference.
April 10th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court with a preliminary hearing. April 14th at 8:30 in the same court. Your bond is $25,000 and it is cash only. If you post it, you cannot leave the state. Oh, you know what? Don't print that one yet. Apparently I stopped halfway through. You can't go to the scenes of any of the crimes, no contact with any of the victims or witnesses or any co-defendant you may have. No weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription. All right. So we need to reprint that again. So we'll send it out to you if you go have a seat. Thank you. Mr. Murphy? I need Bernard Murphy, please. And then Christina Angulo will be next. Hello, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Bernard Allen Murphy, 11068.
All right, thank you. You're here on a grand jury warrant. You've been indicted in a new case. The charge is possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony. The alleged offense date is November 3rd of 2024. It looks like this comes out of the Department of Public Safety. I am appointing a lawyer for you. You'll get a copy of the charge and police reports from your lawyer. Your arraignment hearing will be April 11th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. And it appears there has been a parole hold placed on you here at the jail by the Department of Corrections. So I'm going to affirm this bond, which is $25,000 secured with release conditions. But you should be aware, if you have a parole hold and you post bond, what are they called now? ADCRR is going to get 24 hours to come and get you and take you back there for parole hearings. Arizona, the county would have to then get an order to secure your attendance. People can start popcorning back and forth between. So I generally recommend that people think about going to their first hearing at least, talk to your lawyer before you think about posting bond, because as I said, you can just start bouncing back and forth between DOC and here. Most people regret that. So in any event, your paperwork should be right there. If you step to your left, hopefully he's got it for you. Thank you. And Ms. Angulo, Christina Angulo. And then Alicia Mathis Juarez, will you please go to the chair? Hello, ma'am. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
My name is Christina Valdez Angulo. My birthday is November 7th, 1974.
Thank you. You're here on a new case. You were booked in on allegations of fraudulent schemes, a Class 2 felony. Two allegations of forgery as Class 4 felonies. They also booked you on 2 allegations of fraudulent schemes under a section of the statute that only applies to government agencies. So that's the one that's listed as a Class 3 felony, fraudulent schemes and practices. That has to be fraud against a government entity. So I'm not finding probable cause for purposes of this hearing only on those second 2 fraud allegations. The first 2, I do find probable cause for, as well as for all of the forgeries. So I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your status conference in this case is going to be April 10th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court with a preliminary hearing April 14th at 8:30 in the same court. Your bond is $15,000. It is secure. If you post it, be sure to comply with all of your release conditions, which include not going to the scenes of any of the alleged crimes. That includes where checks may have been stolen or where they may have been attempted to be passed. No contact with any alleged victims. That again includes any people whose checks those were, and any people to whom the allegedly forged checks were offered. No weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription. Everything's on your paperwork. If you step to your left, I'll give you a copy. Thank you. Ms. Mathis Juarez. And then Stephen Gomez. We go to the chair. Hello, ma'am. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
08-15-95, Alicia Selena Mathis Juarez.
Thank you. Here on a warrant from Pima County Superior Court. The failure to appear warrant out from March 7th of this year. You've been charged in this case with aggravated assault on a law enforcement officer, Class 5 felony, 2 counts of aggravated domestic violence, Class 5 felonies, 3 counts of disorderly conduct with a weapon or dangerous instrument. Those are Class 6 felonies. And it appears you do already have a lawyer in the case. You need to go be arraigned in Pima County because apparently you have now been indicted in that case. And your arraignment hearing in Pima County is scheduled for April 9th at 8:30 in the morning. That is 5 days from today. Your bond is $10,000. It is secured with written conditions that include no contact with any alleged victim, no going to the scene of the alleged crimes, no weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Everything's on your paperwork. If you post bond, you need to be down in Tucson in 5 days or you'll lose your bond money. If you don't post bond, Pima County is going to transport you from here. If you step to your left, you get a copy of that paperwork. Thank you. Mr. Gomez? And then Gypsy Iside, or Iside, will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Stephen Gomez, June 21st, 1991.
All right, thanks. You're here on one new case and a probation warrant from Pinal County. In your new case, you were arrested for theft of a means of transportation. It is a Class 3 felony, and there is probable cause for it. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date will be a status conference this Thursday, April 10th at 8:30 in the morning in the Downtown Superior Court. Your preliminary hearing will be Monday, April 14th at 8:30. All of that information will be on your paperwork. There is also a warrant out for you from the Pinal County Superior Court where you are on probation because a petition to revoke your probation has been filed in Pinal County, and this warrant issued March 14th of this year. I'm going to let them know they should give you a lawyer when you get there. Your court date in Pinal County is an arraignment hearing April 9th, so 5 days from now, 8:30 in the morning. That court has already ordered that you are to be held without bond because they found that there is a substantial likelihood you will be revoked to prison. So you're no bond in the Pinal case. In the Maricopa case, you have a $2,500 secured appearance bond in written conditions. You shouldn't try to post that bond, though, if you're still being held in the Pinal case. Everything is on your paperwork. If you please step to your left, the officer has your copies. Thank you. Okay, great. Let me do this guy, and then I'll do some next. All right, Mr. Steed, right here. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Just the ICD 8594.
Thank you. You are here on a new case. You were arrested for identity theft, a Class 4. Oh, I'm sorry. Not arrested for. They call this a page 2, meaning the police came and put new charges on you here, which is a form of arrest because they can't arrest you when you're in jail. So it is an in-jail arrest for something that's for some things that allegedly happened on March 19th of this year. Those things are identity theft, a Class 4 felony, theft or control of a stolen credit card, a Class 5 felony, theft of property in an amount over $1,000, that's a Class 6 felony, and fraudulent use of a credit card is a Class 1 misdemeanor. And these charges come out of Scottsdale Police Department. So you'll get a copy of police reports from your lawyer. I'm appointing a lawyer for you. You're going to have the same lawyer in this case that you have for your other open felony case. Your status conference in this new case will be April 10th. That's this Thursday at 8:30 in the morning. Preliminary hearing will be Monday, April 14th at 8:30. The court address is on your paperwork. In this case, you have a $2,500 secured appearance bond and written conditions. That is on top of any other bonds or holds that you have. You may not go to the scene of the alleged crimes, no contact with the alleged victim, and the alleged crimes starts at a Safeway on Scottsdale Road and a wallet. If that doesn't ring any bells, you will get copies of police reports from your lawyer. If you step to your left, they'll give you a copy of the paperwork. All right, we're going to do a video or a audio hearing. All right. Hi, it's Commissioner McLaughlin. I'm looking for Mr. Bottomer.
Bottomer?
Yes. Are you Edward Bottomer?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Were you born August 15 of 1961?
Yeah, oldest?
Sir, were you born August 15 of 1961?
Yes, that's my birthday.
Okay, all right, thanks. I'm Commissioner McLaughlin, and this is just a quick initial appearance to let you know there has been a probation violation petition to revoke filed in your case, and a warrant was issued for your arrest. The petition alleges that you violated terms 1, 3, and 5 of your felony probation. I'm appointing a lawyer for you. Your court date in probation court is 6 days from now, which is April 10th at 8:30 in the morning. The address is on your paperwork. I'm affirming the bond that the probation judge gave you, which is $1,000. It is secured. If you bond out, be sure to comply with your probation requirements. Call your PO within 72 hours. No contact with the victim in your case. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. And the sheriff's office is supposed to be sending over a copy of that release order for you. I hope that does actually occur. But if you don't see it, just remember your court date is the 10th. Your bond is $1,000 secured. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Good luck, sir. That's all I needed. Take care. Bye-bye. And I do have an interpreter? Okay. Let's get the gentleman back in here. Can the interpreter hear me?
Yes, Your Honor, I can hear you.
Mr. Martinez Siliano, if you come back in.
¿Y puede regresar el señor Martínez Sigliano?
All right, sir, please wait for the interpreter and then tell me your name and date of birth.
Bien, caballero, por favor, espere a que hable el intérprete. Por favor, dígame su nombre y fecha de nacimiento.
Eddie Sigliano Martínez, febrero 5 del 69.
Eddie Sigliano Martínez, February 5th of 69.
All right, thank you. You are here on a warrant from the Yuma County Superior Court.
Bien, se lo agradezco. Usted se encuentra aquí debido a una orden de detención del Tribunal Superior del Condado de Yuma.
You are on felony probation there, and there has been a petition to revoke your probation file.
Allá usted se encuentra bajo un régimen a prueba por un delito mayor. Ellos han presentado un pedimento para revocar su régimen a prueba.
And a warrant was issued for your arrest on April 1st of this year.
Y se giró una orden de detención en su contra el día 1 de abril de este año.
I have to reprint this one, sorry. I'm going to let them know that they should appoint a lawyer for you when you get to Yuma County.
Les voy a informar a ellos que ellos deben de nombrarle a un abogado para que le asista cuando usted llegue al condado de Yuma.
And your next court date there is in 5 days, April 9th at 8:30 in the morning.
Su próxima audiencia judicial allá va a ser en 5 días, el día 9 de abril a las 8:30.
That court has already made a finding that there is a substantial probability you will be revoked to prison in this case.
Este tribunal ya ha hecho un hallazgo de que hay una posibilidad sustancial de que su régimen a prueba va a ser revocado y será enviado a prisión.
And this court affirms their order that you are to be held without bond in this case.
Y este juez va a ratificar la orden de ellos que usted debe de ser detenido sin posibilidad de fianza para este caso.
All right, we'll have your paperwork for you in just a moment. If you step out to your left, officer, I had to reprint it.
Le vamos a dar su papeleo en un momentito. Pásese a su izquierda.
Okay, and will you just make a general call for me since you're here? We'll see if we had any other people lurking.
Yes, of course, Your Honor. ¿Se encuentra alguien más en la sala que requiere asistencia de un intérprete de la lengua español? Si puede levantar la mano si alguien necesita asistencia de un intérprete.
Can they hear us back there, officer? Can you hear it? Okay. Alrighty, cross our fingers. I think we're good. Thank you so much for jumping in.
My pleasure, Your Honor. Have a nice day.
You too. Bye. All right, Mr. Baldonado, Julian Baldonado, will you please come all the way to the podium, and then Michael Nunez, will you go to the chair? All right, good morning, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Julian Baldonado, 3/17/99.
All right, thank you. Here on a new case, you were arrested for disorderly conduct, a Class 1 domestic violence misdemeanor. There is probable cause for it, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is April 9th, which is 5 days from now, 8:30 in the morning in the North Valley Justice Court. You have a $500 secured appearance bond and written release conditions. Those include absolutely no contact with the alleged victim, whether you are in or out of jail. You may not go to the scene of the alleged crime. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, no contact with any witnesses, and you must obey the terms of any order of protection that has been served on you. Everything is in your paperwork. If you step to your left, he has your copy. Thank you. Mr. Nunez. And then Stephanie Purcell, will you go to the chair, please? Hello, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Michael Nunez, 2/15/1991.
1991?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks. You're here on 2 probation violation warrants. There were petitions to revoke your probation filed in both of your felony cases. They allege that you violated terms 3, 4, 5, 7, and 15. You'll get a copy of those from your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Looks like you've been in warrant status since December of 2023. Your court date in probation court will be April 10th, which is 6 days from now, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown probation court. That will be a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. I'm affirming the bond set by the judge who issued these warrants, and that is $750 secured per case for $1,500 total. If you bond out, comply with all of your written conditions, and call your PO within 72 hours. Or I think you might be 24. You're on IPS. So you have to call within 24 hours if you bond out. Everything's on your paperwork, okay? Ms. Purcell? And then Charles Robbins, will you please go to the chair? All right. Good morning. May I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Everyone Marie Purcell, 7/26/1982.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a warrant from the Cochise County Court. Looks like you've been convicted there of driving under the influence of drugs or a drug metabolite as a Class 1 misdemeanor. On February 27th of this year, there was a warrant issued for your arrest. And so you're going to have an arraignment hearing in Cochise County on April 9th at 8:30 in the morning. The address is on your paperwork. Bond is set in your case at $500. It is secured. If you bond out, you need to be down in that court on April 9th, or you lose your bond money. If you don't bond out, the Cochise County Sheriff will arrange for your transport. If you step to your left, you get a copy of that. Mr. Robbins, Charles Robbins, and then Andrew Fitz. We go to the chair, please. Right here, sir. Podium. Good morning, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Charles Lee Robbins Jr., 1950, September 20th, 1959.
All right, thank you. You're here on a new case and a probation hold. In your new case, you were arrested for possessing dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date is a status conference, April 10th at 8:30 in the morning, and that's in the downtown Superior Court. Your preliminary hearing will be April 14th at 8:30. That's for the new case only. In the probation case, the probation department will be filing a petition to revoke your probation based on this new arrest. So I'm giving you a lawyer in your probation case also. You'll go to probation court also on, well, it's the same court, April 10th at 8:30 in the morning. So same first court date for both cases, 6 days from now, April 10th. All right, your bond in the probation case is $500 secured. In the new case, it is $50 secured to make you eligible for credit for time in custody. So your total bond is $550. If you bond out, comply with your written conditions and call your PO within 72 hours. You step to your left, he has your paperwork. Thank you. Mr. Fitz. And then Vanessa Murillo, will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. May I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Andrew James Fitz, 8/29/89.
All right, thank you. You're here on one new case and two probation holds. In the new case, you were arrested for narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for that, and I am appointing a lawyer for you in this case and in both of your probation cases. You're on probation for 2 felonies in 2 different cases, and the probation department will be filing petitions to revoke your probation in both cases. So you have a lawyer for everything. You have the same next court date for all 3 cases. It is April 10th, which is this coming Thursday, 8:30 in the morning. In the new case, it's a status conference. In the probation cases, it's a revocation arraignment hearing. And in the, in each of the probation cases, I apologize. You do have a preliminary hearing. Hold on. You have a preliminary hearing in the new case only. That's going to be April 14th at 8:30. All right. In the probation cases, you have a $350 secured appearance bond in each case for $700 total. In the new case, you have a $50 bond to make you eligible for credit for time in custody. So your total bond is $750. It is secured. And if you bond out, be sure to comply with your written conditions, including call your PO within 72 hours. If you left, you get a copy.
And how much is it secured? Like
$750.
How much? $750?
$750, correct.
Okay, and a revocation means you're kind of in prison, right?
That is a possible outcome, yes. Ms. Murillo? Mm-hmm. And then Joseph Curtis, we go to the chair. I need Vanessa Murillo, here she comes, and after that, Joseph Curtis, will you please wait in the chair? Mr. Curtis? Oh, she's not Vanessa? Where's Vanessa? Vanessa Murillo. Vanessa Murillo is dressed out, although, are you Vanessa? You look like the person in the picture. Okay. That's who was supposed to be in here. All right, what's your name, sir?
Joseph Curtis, June 1886.
All right, Ms. Murillo will be next. All right, Mr. Curtis, you're here on 2 things. They're both probation violation warrants. In your case, the petitions to revoke have already been filed. That was back on December 3rd of last year in both of your probation cases. The petitions allege that you violated terms 3, 4, 5, and 7. You'll get a copy of those from your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you in both cases. The next court date for both cases is April 10th at 8:30 in the morning. That's a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. I'm affirming the bonds in your cases. It's $250 per case for $500 total. That is secured. If you bond out, comply with all of your written conditions, you can step to your left and get a copy of them. Thank you.
Your Honor, I can ask a question?
Yeah, I'd really prefer if you stood up and looked at me, though, rather than making me talk to the top of your head. What's your question, sir?
I don't feel good. I have a friend who's dying from cancer. Is there any way we can get released as pre-trial?
I'm sorry that's happening, sir, but no, there's not.
All right.
If you step out, you get a copy of that paperwork. Ms. Gordillo? And then Jared Garzon, will you please go to the chair? Hello, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
It's Vanessa Guayo Maria, February 26, 2000.
All right, thank you. You are here on a probation warrant. You're on probation in a felony case, and a petition to revoke your probation was filed on March 24th. It alleges that you violated terms 3 and 5 of your felony probation. You get a copy of that from your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is in the downtown probation court, April 10th, which is this Thursday at 8:30 in the morning. That's a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. The address is on your paperwork. I'm affirming the bond set by the probation court, which is $250 secured. Bond out, comply with your conditions, and call your PO within 72 hours. Step to your left, she has your paperwork.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Garzon, Mr. Garzon, apologies. And then Carlo Lucas, we go to the chair. I need Jared Garzon. Is he sleeping? What's happening? All right, then Carlo Lucas will be next.
Morning, Your Honor.
Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Jared Garzon, 9/11/77.
Thank you. Here on a new case, you were arrested for interfering with judicial proceedings by disobeying the order of a court. That's a Class 1 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for it, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you.
Can I
Not yet. The case is going out of the Buckeye City Court. Your next court date there is an arraignment hearing, April 9th, which is 5 days from today, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, what did you want to say?
Can I hire my own lawyer or no?
Of course.
Okay.
Yes, and you financially qualify, so I'm going to, are you sure you're going to hire your own lawyer? Because I won't bother the Buckeye City Court with appointing one if you're positive you can afford one and you're going to hire one.
Are they, like the charges, like if I hire a lawyer, is it better for me or is it about the same? What a public
I can only express my own personal opinion after 20 plus years in the criminal justice system, and that is that most publicly appointed lawyers are as good or if not better than private ones. That's my personal opinion.
I'll go with public defender.
I don't know. So you financially qualify. If you don't like them and you can put together the money to hire your own lawyer, they will withdraw. You have a constitutional right to pick your own lawyer within certain limits. But meaning, if you put together the money, someone loans you the money, whatever, you are still allowed to hire your own lawyer. So I'll just let the Buckeye City Court know that I find that you qualify, and they'll give you a court-appointed lawyer out there. Your court date is April 9 at 1 o'clock. Your bond is $250. It is secured. If you post it, comply with your conditions. The only reason the bond is this low is they don't actually accuse you of having gotten into the house or hurting this person. The bond could have been much higher, but this type of bond on this type of evidence is because it appears that you may regularly disregard court orders. If you do it again in any way that could be booked in as harassment, that's a felony. I put the statute in your paperwork. I recommend you literally Google it. If you violate a no victim contact order in a criminal case, it's a felony if it's harassment. That can be one text that says, I love you. Step to your left, take your paperwork.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Lucas? And then Christy Sullivan, will you go to the chair? Where's Mr. Lucas? Carla? After that will be Christy Sullivan, please. Right here at the podium, please, sir. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
My name is Carlo Dion Lucas. My birthday is 2373.
All right, thank you. You're here on a new case and 2 probation holds. In your new case, you were arrested for possession of narcotic drugs. It's a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, which is a Class 6 felony.
Yeah.
There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. I'm also appointing a lawyer in your probation cases because the probation department policy requires them to file a petition to revoke your probation based on this new arrest. So you'll get a petition to revoke in both of your probation cases, and you will have a lawyer to help you in those cases also. You have the same next court date for everything. It is Thursday, April 10th at 8, whoops, I lost your case. Thursday, April 10th at 8:30 in the morning. It's a status conference in the new case and a revocation arraignment hearing in your probation cases. Then, in the new case only, you will have a preliminary hearing Monday, April 14th at 8:30 in the morning. All of those dates and the court address will be on your paperwork. In each of these 3 cases, your bond is $250 secured. That is $750 total. If you bond out, comply with all of your conditions, and call your probation officer within 72 hours. If you step to your left, you get a copy of that paperwork. Thank you. Ms. Sullivan? And then Francisco Barnes, will you please go to the chair? Looking for Christy Sullivan. Thank you. And then Mr. Barnes will be next. Right here, ma'am? Yep. All right. May I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Christy Dean Sullivan, 9479.
Thank you. You're here on a warrant from Surprise City Court. It is a failure to appear warrant in a criminal trespassing case, which is a Class 3 misdemeanor. This warrant was issued February 25th of this year. Your next court date is going to be an arraignment hearing in the Surprise City Court this Tuesday, April 8th at 1:30 in the afternoon. That is 4 days from now. I am affirming their bond. It is $150 secured with written conditions that include not going to the scene of the alleged crime. And if you don't post bond, there will be a lawyer there on Tuesday to help you with the bond issue only. You're not otherwise entitled to a lawyer in this kind of case. If you step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Mr. Barnes. And then Jose Ruiz Bradwell, will you please go to the chair?
How are you, Your Honor?
Hello, sir. I'm good. Thank you. May I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Francisco Antonio Barnes. And 2285.
Thank you. You are here on 3 cases out of 3 different courts. Each of them is for driving on a suspended license, a Class 1 misdemeanor. In the new case, this will go out of the West McDowell Justice Court. The court does find probable cause for that crime. And I'm giving you a court date of April 9th at 8:30 in the morning in the West McDowell Justice Court. You're also here on a warrant from the Tolleson City Court for failing to pay and failing to appear post-conviction in a case in which you've already been convicted of that crime. Your court date in Tolleson City Court will be April 14th at 8:30 in the morning. And I note that this warrant was issued on January 24th of 2020.
Right.
And the Arrowhead case, Arrowhead Justice Court, again, the same charge. And this is a failure to appear post-conviction and a failure to pay fines. This warrant issued January 22nd of 2020. So your court date in Arrowhead is also April 9th at 8:30 in the morning. In each of the warrant cases, your bond is $150 secured for $300 total. In the new case, it is $50 secured because that's a new case and you haven't yet failed to appear on it. So your total bond is $350 across all 3 cases. And if you do not post a bond, you will have a lawyer at those next hearings to help you with the bond issue only. You otherwise do not get a lawyer in this type of case unless the state is seeking jail time. It is entirely possible in your case that the state might seek jail time, but they will give you a lawyer for the whole case if they are. Everything is on your paperwork. If you step to your left, they'll give you a copy.
One small question, Your Honor.
What is it?
They were telling me that there's a way to do a payment plan on my license because I've been fighting this forever and paying here and there forever. And I just keep on getting more and more.
Well, you have had warrants out for 5 years,
I mean,
so it's very hard for me to feel sympathy for your situation. No, 5 years, you've knowingly been in warrant status and you quite literally came in on the new offense.
Yes, I have to work, Your Honor.
So what are you asking me for?
No, I was just asking if there was a way to reduce the initial payment.
You need to talk to those courts. I don't know. You haven't spoken to them in 5 years. Right. That's the problem here. Right. So if you step to your left, you get a copy of your paperwork. Mr. Reese Bradwell. And then Jose Mirabal Perez. Will you please go to the chair? Right here, sir. Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Yeah, Jose Carlos Ruiz Bradwell.
Which date of birth?
March 1st, 2002.
All right, thanks. You're here on a warrant from Arrowhead Justice Court. I know you were in custody when this warrant issued, so let me tell you what it is. You've been charged in this case with driving on a suspended license, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and criminal speeding, a Class 3 misdemeanor. This warrant says you failed to appear on January 26th. The warrant was issued March 31st. Now, I don't believe you were in custody when the date was missed. Here's the thing. You missed a court date on February 26th. You came into custody February 28th. So I think you very legitimately missed this court hearing. The warrant just didn't go out until the 31st. So that being said, I also know you're being held on a lot of other things. And this is a traffic case.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is set an arraignment hearing. I'm going to double check the history on it though, because I just want to make sure I know. Yeah. All right. So, and it appears this is your first warrant in the case. So I'm going to set a $50 bond. In this case, it does two things. It makes you eligible for credit for time in custody starting today, and it ensures that they will take you to court in 5 days so you don't catch a warrant when you're literally sitting in jail. They'll bring you back to this building and you'll have video court in 5 days. In the meantime, if you post on everything, because you got a felony bond, I remember in some cases, it's a couple grand. If you post that, then you could post bond and get out in this case. Does that sound like too much?
No, I have a question. So you said you got out.
$2,500 cash in another felony case. I can see it.
It's 26.
Well, you have other cases. You have at least you got seen on a pile of cases. I think it is. I was just looking at the biggest one.
Well, yeah, it's 2,500 for.
So I'm assuming you're not suddenly going to come up with the money between now and Tuesday or Wednesday. That's why I'm only setting 50.
I appreciate it.
Now you get to go talk to that judge in this driving unsuspended case. But if you do come up with the money for everything and you're out of custody, you got to show up.
Yes.
On the 9th.
I was in custody because I got it right here. I was booked on the 27th and I was arrested on the 26th.
Yeah, but your court date was the 26th. It said.
I know. I got arrested.
I
was in Glendale precinct on the 26th.
Yeah. Okay. You can try to convince that judge. Like, when did you go into custody?
I was like, my tag says 27th. I was booked.
Yeah, but the question is, when did you actually get plucked off the street, and was it before
on the 26th?
Honestly, on a traffic ticket for failure to appear, I don't care. Even if I believe, which I do believe, that you did miss the court date, I still don't care.
Okay.
Because it's the first warrant. It is a traffic case. If you go in this case, cool, that's fine. The problem is when you don't go and you hide for 5 years like that guy. So you have a lot more going on.
Yeah.
That makes me not worry about this case. I just need you to go to court in this case. If for some reason you post bond and everything else, and you're on the street, you need to show up on the 9th, or they put out another warrant.
I have a question. So, you said I had a grant or something like that?
A grant?
A grant, you said, or no? You didn't say that? Oh, okay. I'm good.
No, sorry.
I have my papers. I'm good then.
You have at least 4 cases. It looks like you got 3 probation cases and a new case. I was just looking at the new case where you got a $2,500 cash bond.
Yeah. Because I was just saying. I have one question. You heard of the Project Bail Bonds thing?
I have, yes.
So, I was about to get bonded out by them, but then I was tooed.
Well, there you go. They may well just put up this extra 50 for you. That's when you need to be sure and show up on the 9th, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is only $50 over what you're telling me they were already willing to post for you?
One more question. So, if they were going to do, my new cases, right? Would they just do that and then I could pay $50?
True. That's true, too. Is that if they pay all your other cases, then you could pay the $50.
Do you know if they do that? Or?
I have no idea. I've never dealt directly with them. They are not a part of the court. They're not a part of the government. I just know they exist.
Yes, ma'am.
And so.
And no more questions, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm good.
Then take your paperwork. You'll be all done.
All right.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Mirabal Perez, and then Zabian Porter, will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Hello, good afternoon, Miss. It's Jose Adrian Mirabal Perez.
What's your date of birth?
March 11th, 2006.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a new case. You were arrested for theft of a means of transportation. It's a Class 3 felony, and there is probable cause for it. I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. You'll meet that person at your next court date, which is a status conference on April 18th, which is 2 weeks from now, the 18th at 8:30 in the morning, with a preliminary hearing April 22nd at 8:30 in the same court. Court address is on your paperwork. I am going to release you and make you report into pretrial services. So we're going to give you an envelope that tells you where to call when you get out. I want you to call them, and they'll tell you when and how they want you to report to them. It may just be by phone, but you have to follow their instructions. Do not go to the scene of the alleged crime. Do not have any contact with any co-defendant you may have, nor the alleged victim, which I think in this case was a rental car company, so no contact with that company. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. So, and Mr. Mirabal, you need to be careful to comply with your conditions. I'm not releasing you because I don't think they have strong evidence against you. I'm releasing you because you're 18, you don't appear to have any criminal history, and this is a property offense. So it's probation eligible even if you got convicted. I don't want to lock you up before you're even convicted if you will come to court and comply with your release conditions.
Yes.
If you do not, this happens again, and then you get a bond, okay?
All right, no worries, I'll show.
All right,
And I have another quick question.
Go ahead.
Is that, what is that thing that they call that they put on your foot?
Oh, an ankle monitor? I'm not doing that. And it's again because this is a property crime. You don't appear ever to have been arrested before.
Yes.
And so right now, I don't have any reason to think you won't take this seriously and comply because you are presumed innocent, and I gave you a lawyer to defend yourself.
Okay.
But what you must do is comply with my orders while the case is going on. Don't go to the scene of the crime. Don't have any contact with any co-defendants. Don't have any contact with the victim. Do not miss your court dates, okay? It's not a doctor's appointment. We take it incredibly seriously. Don't miss your court dates.
Yes, always miss. And can I ask another question?
Sure.
What happens after I get my paperwork?
Right now, they're going to put you in a pipeline to be released. Try to be patient. It is very slow to be released because this is the central release facility for the entire jail system.
Okay.
So people from other buildings come here to get released, and you're going to get in line with them. So be patient. You should be out later today. Hopefully you'll be home by dinner time. Just keep that envelope with you and your paperwork. Don't lose your paperwork. It tells you where to go in 2 weeks, and it tells you who to call when you get out, okay?
All right, thank you very much.
Good luck.
Have a great day.
You too. Mr. Porter? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Xavier Miguel Porter, 6491.
Okay, thanks. You're on a new case. You're arrested for failure to obey a police officer as a Class 2 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for it. I'm not appointing a lawyer for you because I'm not giving you a bond. I'm going to release you. You do have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense. So your court date is going to be April 24th at 8:30 in the morning. Sorry, 1:30 in the afternoon. April 24th, which is like 3 weeks from now, 1:30 in the afternoon. It's in the Encanto Justice Court. The address is on your paper. Right now, I don't have any reason to assume that you're not going to be there. Even if I believe that you did what they said, it doesn't necessarily mean you want to catch a warrant for a small case.
I don't.
So, go to court, comply with your conditions. You're done.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Good luck, sir. All right, Ms. McCain, Anita McCain. Right here, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Halima Farson, McCain, 122786.
Okay, thanks. You're hired a new case. You're arrested for allegations of possessing narcotic drugs and drug paraphernalia. Those are felonies. I am appointing a lawyer for you, and I'm giving you 2 court dates. The first one is a status conference, April 18th at 8:30 in the morning. That's 2 weeks from now. Preliminary hearing, April 22nd at 8:30. The reason I wanted you to wait is because I'm going to release you. I did not find probable cause in your case because the police did not provide enough information to support the allegation that what you had was fentanyl. So the case is not dismissed. That's why I gave you your lawyer and your court date first. But what the law says is when I don't find probable cause for anything, you're entitled to be released, which is lucky for you in this case because you would not have been eligible for bail at all had I found probable cause because you have an open and pending case. So it's very important that you make all of your court dates. Tell your lawyer in your older case, your next court date is the 9th. So in 5 days, you have a court date. Bring this paperwork to that court date and show your lawyer. Your lawyer needs to know that this is going on so they can try to get you the best outcome possible. And so don't lose your paperwork. You're going to get released today. And you do have your court dates, but your lawyer can help you keep track of this case as well. Okay? All right, everything's on your paperwork. If you step to your left, you get a copy. Thank you. Number 2, you got it. 2. Where's 2? There we go. And now, did I not sign Jose Reyes? What happened to him? Did I not see him? Did I totally skip him? I totally skipped you. Whoopsies. Right here. I swear, I called your name at some point, but then there was all the mess with the interpreter and all that. All right, so give me your full name and date of birth.
Jose Junior Reyes.
Which date of birth?
11/18/89.
All right, thanks. You're here on 1 new case and 1 probation warrant. I'm going to start with your new case. You got booked in for theft of a means of transportation, a Class 3 felony, and possession of burglary tools, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. I'm also appointing a lawyer in your probation case. There was already a petition to revoke your probation filed back on March 20th. It alleges that you violated terms 6, 7, 11, and 12 of your probation. You'll get a copy of that from your lawyer. All right, your next court date is the same for both cases. It's a revocation arraignment in your probation case and a status conference in your new case. And that will be April 10th, this Thursday, April 10th at 8:30 in the morning. You'll have a preliminary hearing in your new case only, April 14th at 8:30 in the morning. All right, in the probation case, because there is a substantial likelihood you will be revoked to prison, you are held without bail. You do not have bail today in your probation case. In the theft of means case, you have a $5,000 secured bond and written conditions, but you shouldn't try to post that bond if you're still being held in the probation case. You'll have the same lawyer for everything and same next court date, which is the 10th. Everything's on your paperwork if you step to your left. Thank you. Okay, then I have 2 house calls left just for anybody listening to this FTR. Mr. Bottomer, I did actually do his matter by telephone with FTR running, and that was probably a good 30 minutes ago easily on this recording. Sorry, I can't be more specific. But I did that one already. All right. So officers have got Jesse Wright and Amir Abdel Salam as house calls. Are they not physically present in court because they've been isolated by the sheriff's office as a potential danger to themselves or others?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Salam, I have a note saying escape risk. Does that mean at some point somebody here alleges that he tried to run out of a cell or run out of booking or something?
I'm not sure if it's here or the arresting agency.
Could have been at the arresting agency? Okay.
It could have been either.
All right. All right, well, I will go conduct those initial appearances in-house in person immediately after this recording. I'll advise Jesse Wright, born 12/3/1975, that he's here on 2 things. The new case is allegations of aggravated robbery, a Class 3 felony, and robbery, a Class 4 felony. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for him. His next court date will be April 10 at 8:30 in the morning for a status conference. His preliminary hearing will be April 14 at 8:30. This is the new case only, and I am intending to set bail in the amount of $50,000 with written conditions that I will go over with him. That would be a secure bail. But its conditions include no going to the scene of the alleged crimes, no contact with the alleged victim or any witness or co-defendant. He's on probation for aggravated robbery, a Class 3 felony, and the probation department will be filing a petition to revoke his probation. I'll let him know what that means. And then he has the same next court date, which is a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing in the probation case of April 10, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. The court does find that in all reasonable probability he will suffer a term of incarceration in this case, and therefore it is ordered holding him without bond pursuant to Rule 7.2c. All right, Mr. Amir Salam, who was born 10/20/2000, is here on a new case and 3 probation warrants. In the new case, he was arrested for 2 allegations of aggravated assault on a healthcare worker. Excuse me. As Class 6 felonies. So that would be under one of the versions of the statute. But I do find probable cause on it under the applicable version. And 1 count of disorderly conduct as a Class 1 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for those, and I'm appointing a lawyer for him in this case and in all 3 of his probation cases. In this new case, his next court date is status conference April 10th at 8:30 in the morning with a preliminary hearing April 14th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. And his probation cases, as on probation in 3 separate cases, the warrants were issued March 28th of 2025, and the petitions alleged that he violated terms 3 and 5. I will let him know. And I'm appointing a lawyer for him. His next court date is April 10, 8:30 in the morning. That's a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing in the downtown Superior Court. And I'm currently inclined to set bail in each of these 4 cases at $2,500 secured for $10,000 total with written conditions I will go over with him. If anything changes after I conduct these initial appearances in-house, my final written order will reflect the court's ultimate decision in each of these cases. It is not the court's intention to supplement this recording. All right, with that, we will stand at recess until 2 p.m. this afternoon.
There you go. All right.
Sorry, Mr. Castellanos, are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, perfect. All right, I'll go ahead and do our initial advisement, and I'm going to call in our interpreter matter that we have here.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Commissioner Procco. This is the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar for April 4, 2025.
Muy bien, buenas tardes. Yo soy la comisionada Parco y este es el calendario de comparecencia inicial de las 2 de la tarde para el 4 de abril del 2025.
The court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples by the Sheriff's Office that were made on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar.
Las órdenes judiciales de la toma de huellas dactilares y las muestras de ADN por parte de la oficina del alguacil que se giraron en el primer calendario de este mes van a aplicar a todas las audiencias de hoy.
When you hear your name, please step up to the podium that's here in the center of the courtroom.
Cuando escuche su nombre, por favor, pase al centro de la sala y párese atrás del podio.
At the end of your hearing today, you will be receiving paperwork, and that will cover everything we go over in here. So that means your next court dates as well as all of your release conditions.
Al final de su audiencia el día de hoy, usted va a recibir un papeleo que va a tener todo lo que vamos a cubrir en esta audiencia, incluyendo las fechas de sus próximas audiencias judiciales y sus medidas cautelares.
Please keep in mind you do have the right to remain silent. Everything you say in the courtroom is being recorded, both audio and video, and could be used in a future court proceeding.
Por favor, tengan en mente que tienen derecho a guardar silencio. Cualquier cosa que ustedes digan está siendo grabada por audio y video y se puede utilizar en un proceso judicial más adelante.
We're going to start with Francisco Quevedo Valenzuela. Sir, if you could step in the courtroom.
Iniciamos con Francisco Quevedo Valenzuela. Señor, si puede pasar a la sala.
And Mr. Castellanos, I'll go and let you do your appearance first.
Yes, Your Honor. The defendant is being assisted by David Castellanos from the Office of the Court Interpreter.
All right, thank you. Mr. Quevedo, if you could state your full name and your date of birth, sir.
Señor Quevedo, si me dice su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento, señor.
Francisco Javier Quevedo Valenzuela, mayo 12 del 87.
Francisco Javier Quevedo Valenzuela, May 12th of 87.
All right, sir, you are here for a new case out of the Maricopa County Superior Court. There are multiple counts that have been submitted here today.
Bien, señor, usted se encuentra aquí debido a un caso nuevo del Tribunal Superior del Condado de Maricopa y hay varios puntos acusatorios.
The counts I was able to find probable cause on are 3 counts of transporting narcotic drugs for sale, which is a Class 2 felony, and 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs for sale, also a Class 2 felony.
Los puntos acusatorios para los cuales pude determinar que existe un motivo fundado de procesamiento son 3 puntos acusatorios del traslado de droga narcótica con propósito de venta y un punto acusatorio de la tenencia de droga narcótica. Ambos son delitos de clase 2.
There are some additional counts that have been submitted, but I did not find probable cause on the following counts.
Hubieron puntos acusatorios adicionales que se entregaron, pero yo no determiné que existe motivo fundado de procesamiento para las siguientes acusaciones.
1 count of conspiracy, which is a Class 2 felony. 1 count of illegal control of an enterprise, a Class 3 felony.
Un punto acusatorio de confabulación, que es un delito de clase 2. Un punto acusatorio de control de una asociación delictiva, que es un delito de clase 3.
1 count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, and 1 count of the use of an electronic communications device, both Class 4 felonies.
Un punto acusatorio de la tenencia de un arma por una persona inhabilitada y un punto acusatorio de el uso de un dispositivo electrónico de comunicación. Ambos son delitos de clase 4.
The Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you in this matter. You do have a court hearing set. These will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix.
Se va a nombrar a la oficina de abogados de oficio para que le representen en este caso y usted va a tener una audiencia en el Tribunal Superior.
Those hearings are going to be a status conference April 10 with a preliminary hearing set on April 14, both at 8:30 a.m.
Sus audiencias son una consulta de actualización el día 10 de abril y una audiencia preliminar que está programada para el día 14 de abril, ambas a las 8:30 de la mañana en el Tribunal Superior.
You do have a bond in this matter. That's a $15,000 cash-only appearance bond.
Hay una fianza en este caso, va a ser una fianza judicial de $15,000 en efectivo solamente.
You're also ordered not to have any contact with any complainant, witness, or co-defendant in this matter.
También se ordena que usted no tenga ningún contacto con ninguna persona nombrada en la querella como un testigo o coacusado.
Do you have any questions regarding any of this information that I've just gone over?
¿Alguna pregunta sobre esta información que acabo de repasar?
No, está bien.
No, that's fine.
All right, sir, if you want to go and step over to your left, we'll go ahead and get that paperwork over to you, okay?
Si pasa a su izquierda, le vamos a dar ese papeleo.
Don't give them that paperwork, we're reprinting it. Yeah. And Mr. Castellanos, that is the only one I had marked as needing an interpreter, or a Spanish interpreter at least. Could you just double check?
Yes, of course, Your Honor. ¿Se encuentra alguien más en la sala que requiere asistencia de un intérprete de la lengua español? Si alguien necesita un intérprete, levante la mano.
No hands? All right, looks like that was everybody. I appreciate your assistance today.
My pleasure, Your Honor. Have a nice day.
All right, thank you. All right, so we're ready to proceed on Mr. Is it Sui's matter? All right, let's go ahead and have him step inside the courtroom here. Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Sui, let's go ahead and begin with you. If you could go ahead and state your full name and your date of birth, sir.
Hansi Suede, 01/01/1990.
All right, thank you, counsel.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Nicole Lopez on behalf of Mr. Suede, who is present and in custody.
All right, thank you. Ms. Gong? Thank you, Your Honor. Brooke Gong, past the state. All right, thank you. All right, and I did see your notice of appearance, which did indicate this is just a limited notice, at least at this time. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Suede, you are here for a new case out of the Maricopa County Superior Court. There are 2 counts that were submitted here today. That's 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs. That's a Class 4 felony. 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I did review the Form 4 in this matter, as well as the probable cause statement contained within it. At this time, I do not find that there is enough probable cause to move forward on these charges due to a failure to adequately provide a description of the alleged drug type in this matter. Does either counsel want to address that issue?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor. All right. So, sir, I am going to still be setting some dates here for you, okay? Just because I didn't find probable cause today does not mean that the case is going away. It means I didn't get enough information on this particular date. So I am still going to be setting a status conference April 18, preliminary hearing April 22nd, both at 8:30. Those will be at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix. All that information will be provided to you. I'm also appointing a public defender's office to represent you. You have counsel at this time. If they continue to represent you, then they'll just file a further notice of appearance and continue that representation. But I do want to have an appointment in place since it did indicate that you otherwise qualified. Because I did not find probable cause in this matter, I cannot set any release conditions. So you are being released today in this case without any conditions being imposed. Does anyone have anything else that they need to add before we go to recess on this matter?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, are we ready to go with Ms. Eaton-Dowell's matter?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Ma'am, state your full name and date of birth.
Judith Vaughn Eaton Dowell, 12/21/1967.
All right, thank you. And counsel?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Joshua Fisher appearing on behalf of Ms. Eva McDowell, who is standing next to me while in custody to my left.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fisher. Ms. Gahn? Thank you, Honor. Brooke Gahn on behalf of the state. All right, thank you. All right, ma'am, you are here for a new case out of the Maricopa County Superior Court. The charges are 1 count of aggravated assault involving a first responder, Class 5 felony, 1 count of resisting arrest involving passive resistance, which is a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did review the Form 4 in this matter, and I did find that probable cause did exist for the charges that were submitted. So does either counsel want to address the issue of probable cause before we proceed?
No additional argument as to probable cause. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. And Mr. Fisher, I did not see that yours was a limited notice of appearance. Will you be on this case moving forward here today?
Your Honor, it was limited. We hadn't had the opportunity to speak with my client prior to my appearance today. I do believe she wants to move forward with representation, but for the time being, we'll just do a limited appearance and we'll supplement that.
Okay, fair enough. All right, let me go ahead and make that change here to reflect that. Ms. Eaton, I don't have any financial information for you here, so I do need to make a determination as to whether you qualify for court-appointed counsel, and this is a financial question. So I can either ask you those questions here in court, or I can put in here that we don't have enough information at this time in order to appoint counsel. If you're willing to answer some questions, then I can do that, but let me know.
Could I have just a moment, Your Honor? I apologize.
Absolutely.
You want to move forward with us, right?
Yeah.
You're sure?
Yeah.
I just didn't want to put you on the spot.
No, I understand. Thank you.
We'll stay on, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. I'll just continue to have you on here then as counsel of record, at least as of this time, okay? All right, so in this matter, before we address the dates here, I want to go ahead and address release conditions. I know the state did submit a written recommendation with respect to release in this matter. Ms. Gahn, I'll let you go ahead and address that. Thank you, Your Honor. The state's asking for a $25,000 secured appearance bond. These allegations are serious. Ms. Eaton Dowell allegedly punched a law enforcement officer in his throat. They had to take her to the ground while they were trying to handcuff her. She was tensing up. She was twisting away from the officers. Given that, and that this did arise out of a domestic violence call initially, with the law enforcement being called to her home, we feel that that bond is necessary, Your Honor. All right. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you. Respectfully, Your Honor, we're asking for release on Ms. Dowell's own recognizance or in the alternative pretrial services monitoring. We stand here unaware of any prior criminal history that's resulted in a conviction, either as a misdemeanor or a felony offense. While we recognize law enforcement was called to the scene, we don't have details as to why they were called or on whose behalf. The Form 4 alludes that I believe her husband, who she's in the process of separating or finalizing a divorce from, called, but I don't know the basis for that. With respect to Ms. Dowell herself, she is a 57-year-old woman, again, with no prior criminal history. She does have some medical conditions that warrant particular attention outside of the criminal justice system. She is a lifelong Arizona resident, has extensive family here in the area, enjoys family support. That was who retained us, so that's why I said I hadn't had a chance to speak with her directly, so she clearly enjoys family support. She does not represent a flight risk, at least not apparently, and I don't believe the state's alleging that. Really the basis for the bond the state's citing is simply the nature of the offense. Again, while we recognize that there's substantial evidence to move forward, at this time those are unproven, and she has 57 years of a track record showing she doesn't need a bond in this case. We'd ask again for release on her own recognizance or pretrial services in the alternative.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Dowell, I did review your criminal history. I did not see any prior convictions, so I have taken that into account. I've also taken into account the allegation that obviously there was possible intoxication involved, given that there was a note of that from the initial contact with you. It looks like law enforcement noted that. So I have taken that into account as well. I obviously do have to take into account the serious nature of the charge that you're here for, which is a violent felony offense that I did find probable cause on, and certainly substantial evidence in, given what's at least been provided here so far. But I do recognize your otherwise lack of history in the situation that was here. I don't necessarily believe that you represent a threat at this time. I don't necessarily believe that you represent a flight risk at this time, even under the circumstances we have here right now. So what I am going to do is I am going to be releasing you. It is going to be subject to the supervision of pretrial services. I am ordering alcohol testing and monitoring as part of those release conditions. Since this did appear to be fueled by a possible issue with that, your orders are going to include that you are not to possess or consume any alcohol. You're also not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness in this matter, which would involve the officers that were involved in the case. All right. Let me go ahead and enter that in, but is there anything from either counsel that you want to address after now that I've gone through that information?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Nothing additional. Thank you.
All right. So those court dates are going to be a status conference, April 18th, preliminary hearing April 22nd. Those are both at 8:30 a.m. They will be at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix. All right, and if there is nothing further, we'll go ahead and conclude this matter. If you do need to still talk with Ms. Dally, you can go ahead and go back to this back room.
I appreciate it.
And may I be excused, Your Honor?
Thank you, Ms. Yes. All right, let's go ahead and proceed. We're going to be with Jamie Hidenter up next, and after that, it will be Luis Ramos. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth?
Jamie Lee Heidegger, 9/12/87.
All right, thank you, sir. So you are here for 4 separate cases today. So 2 of these cases are going to be your open felony matters. So in each of those open felony cases, there was a bench warrant issued for a failure to appear. So in each of those matters, you now have a status conference April 14 at 8:30. That's going to be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. The bond in each warrant's been affirmed. So each of those has a $10,000 cash-only appearance bond. Now, you do have a couple other cases here, so we're going to go ahead and address those. I'll start with your probation matter. That's here because a supplemental petition to revoke was filed in the probation case that alleged a violation of terms 7 and 11 of your probation term. So in that matter, the Public Defender's Office is still appointed that you had previously. You've got a revocation arraignment hearing April 11 at 8:30, and in that case, you are not eligible for release at this time. That's going to be one of 2 no bond holds that you're going to have here today, okay? That is pursuant to Rule 7.2 and 27.7 of the Arizona Rules of Criminal Procedure. Your next case we have here is going to be the new matter that just came in. So this is going to be for new charges out of Superior Court. That's 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs for sale, Class 2 felony, 2 counts of possession of narcotic drugs for sale, also a Class 2 felony. So in your case, the public defender has been appointed. You do have a status conference set April 10 at 8:30, evidentiary hearing April 11 at 1:30 p.m., and a preliminary hearing April 14 at 8:30, and those are going to be at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix. So in this matter, because you were on felony release in those first 2 cases we addressed, you are not eligible for release at this time. You're non-bondable pursuant to Arizona law since you were on felony release at the time it was committed, okay? That's why we set that evidentiary hearing on April 11. That's the court date I'm required to set here today in order to allow the court to review that. I know we went over multiple matters here, so do you have any questions regarding any of these cases?
No.
All right, you'll get individual paperwork for each one. It'll reflect everything I just went over as well, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, so we have Luis Ramos and then Rita Wilson up after that. All right, Mr. Ramos, go and state your full name and date of birth, sir.
Luis Ramos, 4/21/1989.
All right, thank you. So you've got 2 separate cases here today. The first one is a new case out of the Maricopa County Superior Court. The charges are 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs, which is a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony, and 1 count of possession of prescription-only drugs, which is a Class 1 misdemeanor. Now, the legal advocate has been appointed to represent you in this case. You do currently have a status conference set April 10 at 8:30 a.m., evidentiary hearing April 11 at 1:30 p.m., and a preliminary hearing April 14 at 8:30. Those are all going to be at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix. In this matter, I do show you are currently on felony release. That's in the other case that we have here today, which is CR 2025-111800. But because you are on felony release in the matter at the time this new offense allegedly occurred and probable cause was found here today, you are required to be held without bond at this time. So you're not eligible for release on the new charges. And that is why we set that evidentiary hearing. That's the court date I'm required to set in order to allow the court to review that release condition, okay, the non-bondable status. You do have that second case here, which is that open felony matter, which is here because a bench warrant was issued for a failure to appear. You have the same court dates on this matter. That's at status conference April 10, preliminary hearing April 14, both at 8:30. In this matter, the bond and the warrant's been affirmed, which is a $500 secured appearance bond. So you've got two separate cases here. You'll get paperwork for each of those matters that'll have that information in it. But do you have any questions regarding either one?
So I won't be able to get released home.
Yeah, you are going to be held in custody at this time, at least as long as you have that no bond hold.
Okay.
Okay? All right, so if you want to go and step over, you can pick up that paperwork. Looks like it's ready for you, and have a seat. All right, Ms. Wilson, and then Daniel Freeman will be up after that. And Ms. Wilson, go and state your full name and date of birth.
Rita Lynn Wilson, 5/15/1971.
All right, thank you. So you are here for three separate matters today. It looks like all of these are here, or actually, let me go through them one at a time. I'll start with your first matter, which is going to be the new case that just came in. So this is going to be for new charges that have been submitted in the Maricopa County Superior Court. Those are 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs. That's a Class 4 felony. 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia. That's a Class 6 felony. So in this matter, the Legal Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You do currently have a status conference April 10 at 8:30 a.m., evidentiary hearing April 11 at 1:30 p.m., and a preliminary hearing April 14 at 8:30. Those are all at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. In your case as well, I do show that you're currently on felony release in another matter. That's the other case that we have here today, which is CR 2024-130145-002, and because you're on felony release in that case at the time this offense allegedly occurred and probable cause was found today, you are required pursuant to Arizona law to be held without bond. So you're not eligible for release on the new charges, okay?
Okay.
And again, that is what that evidentiary hearing is for, in order to allow the court to review that, okay? So you do have your open felony case here as well, which is here for a bench warrant that was issued for a failure to appear there. So in that case, you have arraignment hearing April 11 at 8:30, and that matter, the bond and the warrant's been affirmed. That's a $1,500 secured appearance bond. Your final matter is going to be for your probation case. So in this case, a petition to revoke was filed that alleges a violation of term 1 of your probation term. So the legal defender's been appointed there as well. Revocation arraignment hearing set April 11 at 8:30, and in that matter, the bond and the warrant's been affirmed. That's a $750 bond as well, okay? So you've got the two separate bonds, but keep those bonds in place as long as you have that no bond hold, okay? That way they know you're in custody in all of them, all right? Do you have any questions regarding these matters?
No.
All right, if you want to go ahead and step over, looks like your paperwork is set to go, but you can go ahead and have a seat. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah. All right, so Daniel Freeman and Robert Worley will be up next. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth.
Daniel Foreman, 52589.
All right, thank you, sir. You are here for a new case out of the Maricopa County Superior Court. The charge is 1 count of aggravated assault. It's a Class 4 felony. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You do currently have a status conference set April 10, preliminary hearing April 14, both at 8:30. That's going to be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. So in this matter, I did receive a written recommendation from the state. They were requesting a $50,000 secured appearance bond. I did take a look at your criminal history as well as the allegations contained in the Form 4 in this matter. I do recognize that you do have fairly limited criminal history, but I do have to weigh that against the serious nature of the offense that you're here for today, which did include some allegations of some fairly serious injuries on the alleged victim in this matter. It is for that reason I do believe a bond is appropriate. So you do have a $35,000 secured appearance bond. If you do post bond and are released from custody, it would be subject to the supervision of pretrial services with electronic monitoring to be put in place prior to your release. That is being added because you're going to have orders here that you are not to return to the scene of the offense, not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol while on release. If there is an order of protection issued, you must obey that order. That does mean if you were previously residing at that location, you would need to find an alternate residence and provide proof of that to pretrial services. If you need to return to the house because you have personal items there that you do need to obtain, you can only do that in person using a civil standby. That's done by contacting local law enforcement and scheduling it through them. And I do just need to caution you that a violation of a no victim contact order in a criminal release order, that's what you have at this point, that could constitute aggravated harassment, which is a Class 6 felony. Do you have any questions regarding anything I just went through?
Since I can't, for the bond, for how long am I going to be here?
If you're unable to post the bond, then you would remain in custody, at least on that next court date that you have. At that point, you're going to be in front of another judge, and all further decisions regarding your release would be there. That next court date you have is on April 10.
April 10th?
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have Robert Worley and then Brian Moore up after that. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth?
Robert Clark Worley, 21084.
All right, thank you. So you are here for a new case out of Superior Court here in Maricopa County. The charge is one count of hit and run involving a death or serious injury. That's a Class 2 felony. The date of offense, it looks like, is February 23rd of 2025. So in your matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. The court dates you have at this time are a status conference on April 10, preliminary hearing April 14, both at 8:30. Those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. In this case, I did review your history. You recognize you have fairly limited criminal history. I did receive a written recommendation from the state requesting a $50,000 secured appearance bond. I have taken that into account as well, but I've also taken into account the nature of the offense that you have here, which is basically that you did attempt to evade law enforcement in this matter by not only fleeing the scene of the actual accident itself, which is certainly the underlying charge, but apparently allegedly changing plates on the car to further evade detection in this matter. It is for that reason I do believe a bond is appropriate. You have a $25,000 secured appearance bond with the additional orders that you are not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness in this matter. You'll get all that information in a moment as well. But do you have any questions regarding any of it?
I have an attorney, correct?
You do have an attorney. The Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you in this matter, and I believe you do get their contact information still in your paperwork that you receive here, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so we have Brian Moore and then Leonard Malcolm will be up next.
How you doing, Your Honor?
All right, sir, your full name and date of birth?
Brian Moore, 126-1999.
All right, thank you, sir. So you are here for two separate matters today. The first one is that probation violation warrant that you have in your probation matter. There was a petition to revoke filed. It alleges a violation of terms 6 and 7 of your probation term. So the public defender has been appointed in this matter. You've got a revocation arraignment hearing April 11 at 8:30. That'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. The bond in your warrant has been affirmed. This is going to be a $250 secured appearance bond. Now, if you do post bond in these matters and you are released from custody, you are still on supervised probation. You do still need to abide by all terms. That does include contacting probation within 72 hours.
Correct.
Your next case that you have here, this is going to be for a new case out of the Superior Court. This is for one count of aggravated assault, a Class 4 felony, one count of resisting arrest, Class 6 felony, one count of disorderly conduct. That is a Class 1 misdemeanor. So the public defender has been appointed in that matter as well. You have a status conference April 10 with the preliminary hearing April 14, both at 8:30. Those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. Based on the nature of the offense, the fact that you're also here for a probation violation matter, you do have a bond in this case. That's a $7,500 secured appearance bond. If you do post bond and are released from custody, you also have orders not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You're not to return to the scene of the offense, and you're not to possess any weapons while on release since you do have the prior felonies. Do you have any questions regarding that?
So I'm in custody until my next probation hearing?
So you're in custody at this time. If you're unable to post bond, you would remain in custody at least till those next court dates. That's when you'll be in front of your at least initial assigned judges in these matters. Okay? Any questions about that?
When did you say my next court?
So your probation matter is coming, well, actually, your new case is going to be April 10, so that's for the new charge. Your probation is April 11.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you. All right, so we've got Leonard Malcolm and Caitlin Contreras will be up after that.
How you doing, Judge?
All right, so your full name and date of birth?
Leonard Bacham, 9279.
You're here for a new case out of Superior Court. The charges are one count of unlawful flight from law enforcement, which is a Class 5 felony, one count of reckless driving, a Class 1 misdemeanor, one count of obstruction, that's a Class 2 misdemeanor. So the Public Defender's Office has been appointed here to represent you. You do have a status conference on April 10 with that preliminary hearing April 14, both at 8:30. Those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. So in this matter, I did review your criminal history. I do recognize that you do have some, but I also recognize it's fairly old.
It's old. I've had like a hernia kind of situation problem, my stomach. So like I got like an appointment set up real soon. So yeah, I'm you know, this is.
Let me complete your information, and if there's anything else you want to let me know about, we can go over that. I did also receive a written recommendation from the state requesting a $2,500 secured appearance bond. I'll let you know. I mean, there's several moments in this whole matter that could have prevented you from getting a bond in this case, but unfortunately we are where we are today, particularly after you refused to provide any information after attempting to evade law enforcement. So you are going to have a bond. That's a $1,500 secured appearance bond. Now, if you do have any medical issues that you are concerned about and you're unable to post bond, there is correctional help, so I do recommend letting them know when you go through the intake process. They'll ask you some health questions at that time if you have anything that's going on at this time.
As far as the bond was said, there was something about information the officer was asking me at that point, so that's why the bond.
You are certainly able to discuss that with your public defender since you have been appointed an attorney to represent you, but here today you are going to have a bond. All right, any other questions?
I mean, is it a cash bond or is it 10%?
It's a secured appearance bond, so that's not a cash bond. So you are able to work with a bail bonding company in order to post that amount. If you have questions about what that would require, there are going to be phones in the next room you go to with numbers on the wall of different companies that you can call and speak to about that.
Okay, I got you.
Okay? All right, thank you. All right, so we have Caitlin Contreras. Gilbert Torres will be up after that. All right, ma'am, your full name and date of birth?
Caitlin Contreras, 9905.
All right, thank you. So you are here for a warrant that was issued. This is for another direct complaint that's been filed. It alleges 5 total counts of organized retail theft, all class 4 felonies. The dates of offense are all different for each count. They range between July 1st of 2024 and August 4 of 2024. The Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You do have a status conference set April 10, preliminary hearing April 14, both at 8:30. Those are at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. I know you're already in custody on the other matters that you have open at this time. So this would be in addition to the other bonds you already have in place, but the bond in your warrant's been affirmed, which is a $2,500 secured appearance bond. If you do end up getting released, you're going to have the same basic terms that you have in those other cases too, that you are not to return to the scene of the offense, you are not to have any contact with any complainant witness or co-defendant if there is one. Do you have any questions?
How much is my bond like total with all?
I don't know. So they'll be able to let you know if you want to ask the officers what your bonds are showing, because you've got multiple cases. I don't recall what the other ones are. I can just tell you this one's $2,500.
Okay.
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 All right. Any other questions?
That's it.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. So we have Gilbert Torres, and then Scott Tuttle will be up next. All right, sir. Your full name and date of birth?
Gilbert Torres, 11/14/1979.
All right, thank you, sir. So you are here for a new case out of Superior Court. The charges are 1 count of theft of a means of transportation, that's a Class 3 felony, 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony, and 1 count of failing to show a driver's license or ID, a Class 2 misdemeanor. So the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You do currently have a status conference set on April 10 with a preliminary hearing April 14, both at 8:30. Those are going to be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. So in this matter, I did receive a written recommendation from the state requesting a $5,000 secured appearance bond. I did also review the alleged or the allegations in this matter, did consider the Form 4, as well as your prior criminal history, and I do believe a bond is appropriate. I didn't go quite as high as the request, but you do have a $1,500 secured appearance bond. You're also being ordered not to return to the scene of the offense, not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness in this matter. Do you have any questions regarding that? All right, sir, if you want to go ahead and step over, you can go and pick up that paperwork over there. All right, so we've got Scott Tuttle and Earl Wilson up after that. All right, so your full name and date of birth?
My name is Scott David Tittle, 11/15/1982.
Thank you, sir. So you're here for a probation violation warrant that was issued. It's for a petition to revoke that was filed in your probation matter. It alleges a violation of terms 3 and 5 of your probation term. So the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a revocation arraignment hearing set on April 11 at 8:30. That'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. In this matter, the bond in your warrant's been affirmed. This is a $1,000 secured appearance bond. If you do post bond and are released from custody, you do are still on supervised probation. You do still need to abide by those terms. That does include contacting probation within 72 hours. Do you have any questions regarding that?
No.
All right, sir, if you want to step over and go ahead and have a seat at this time. Thank you. All right, so we have Earl Wilson, Jared Smith will be up after that. Hi, Mr. Wilson. Go ahead and state your full name and date of birth.
Earl Wilson, July 15, 1976, ma'am.
All right, thank you. So you are here for a new case out of Superior Court. This is alleging 1 count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, which is a Class 4 felony, 1 count of failing to carry a weapon or failing to admit to carrying the weapon as a Class 1 misdemeanor. The Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You do currently have a status conference set on April 10 with the preliminary hearing April 14, both at 8:30. That's going to be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. Based on the nature of the offense that you have here, which does include the illegal possession of a weapon, but primarily because there was a failure to admit to it as well, you do have a bond, which is a $1,500 secured appearance bond. If you post bond and are released, you still have that order that you're not to possess any weapons while on release. That'll be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions, though, regarding it?
Yes, ma'am. A couple questions. Is there any way, like, I could do, like, 10% through the court? Can I do that?
So it's a secured appearance bond.
So how's that?
Okay, so that means you are able to work with a bail bonding company. That's
Okay.
usually how you do the percentage with some security, but as far as what they would require, whether it's 10% or whatever, contact them, okay? You'll be able to do that in the next room you go to.
Okay, not a problem.
Okay, thank you.
And then one more question. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri, and I would really appreciate if I could go home and continue this case from home because of my job. That's what's going to financially make me be able to take care of this case. The bond won't be a problem, but I just really need to be at home working. I got my family, and then I also got this obligation. I can guarantee I won't miss not one court date. I'll fly in a day early any time that I need to be here. Wouldn't be a problem for me.
When were you scheduled to return?
I was going home. Matter of fact, since this happened, I was going to leave tomorrow.
Okay.
I rode my motorcycle down here. That's what I was down here for, is bike week. I won't lie.
Okay.
That's what I was here for. So I'm going to ride my bike home, which that's going to take me 2 days to get there, just to get my bike home, which I got to get it out of the tow lot first. But then, I'm going to get it home, and then, that's what I just would really love to be able to do that if I could. And I will make it to every court date without one problem or excuse.
All right. So if I do release you, if you do post bond, you are going to be able to return for any court dates that you do?
Yes, ma'am. I will. Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'll go ahead and put in here that you are permitted to return to reside in Kansas. So you're in Kansas City,
Missouri. Kansas City, Missouri. Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'll put in here that you are, but I am advising you that a failure to appear at any future court date could result in a warrant being issued for your arrest. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. If you want to go and have a seat, we're going to have to make some changes here to your paperwork and reprint that, so we'll get that out to you in a moment, okay?
Is there any possible way we could extend that 10th court date just a little further out? No? I mean, I'll make it. I'll fly in, but I mean, it's going to be hard.
Yeah, I'm unable to do that. These court dates are set automatically.
That's fine. Well, I just appreciate you letting me be able to do that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's been signed again. All right, Mr. Smith, go ahead and state your full name and date of birth.
Jared Smith, 07-12-97.
All right, thank you, sir. So you have 3 separate cases here today. I'm going to go ahead and start with the new matter that just came in. This is going to be for a new case in Superior Court. It is alleging 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs. That's a Class 4 felony. 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. And 1 count of criminal trespass in the 3rd degree. That's a Class 3 misdemeanor. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a status conference April 10 with a preliminary hearing April 14, both at 8:30. That's going to be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. I did review your history. I'm aware that you're currently on probation in 2 matters. We actually have that. Those 2 cases coming up here next. Looks like you have a pretty recent reinstatement in those matters as well. So you do have a bond in this case. That's a $500 secured appearance bond. You're still on supervised probation, so if you post these bonds I'm going over here and are released from custody, you do still need to contact probation within 72 hours. Now, both of your probation matters are also on the calendar today. Both of those have been added because there is a Term 1 violation that's been alleged. So it's the new offense is what's triggered that. So in each of your probation matters, the public defender has been appointed as well. You have a revocation arraignment hearing April 11 at 8:30. Each of those matters has a $500 secured appearance bond, so it's going to be $1,500 total for all three, okay? So these are your Maricopa cases. It looks like you might also have a Scottsdale hold. If you haven't already seen that, Judge, it's entirely possible you will still have to, and that's an entirely different case. So that would be a different bond, okay? Do you have any questions regarding these matters?
I know for a fact that when I got picked up in Scottsdale and I caught the trespassing charge, the shoplifting charge, that I went to court and I handled everything I was supposed to do. So I'm just like confused on like what.
Are you talking about your Scottsdale case?
Yeah.
So that's completely separate from this. You'd have to talk to that court. I don't know anything other than they had a hold for you for a warrant that was issued.
Okay. So pretty much I'm being probation and
So here, it's those two probation cases that are through Superior Court, and then you've got the new charge that came in that's also through Superior Court.
Okay.
Okay.
And those were the drug paraphernalia and trespassing, right?
That is for the narcotic drug paraphernalia, criminal trespass. Correct.
Okay. All right.
All right. Do you want to go and have a seat, though? We'll get you paperwork that'll have all that information in it as well. All right. So we have Mr. Williams, Cameron Grant. He'll be up after that. All right, so your full name and date of birth?
Roger, 1/11/96.
I'm sorry, what was your date of birth?
1/11/96.
All right, thank you. All right, so you are here for a new case out of Superior Court. This is alleging one count of possession of dangerous drugs, which is a Class 4 felony, one count of possession of narcotic drugs, also a Class 4 felony, and one count of possession of drug paraphernalia, that's a Class 6 felony. So in this matter, in this first matter here, you've got a status conference set on April 10 at 8:30 with a preliminary hearing April 14 at 8:30. The public defender has been appointed to represent you in all these cases I'm about to review. So in this first case here, the new charge, you do have a $50 bond. I'm primarily putting that bond in place because you're going to have bonds in your probation cases. So I want to make sure they know you're in custody in each one. So your probation cases are here for that Term 1 violation. So you now have the public defender appointed there as well. Revocation arraignment hearing set April 11 at 8:30. In each of those matters, there's a $500 secured appearance bond. So it's $1,050 for all three. If you
Altogether, it'd be $1,050?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Altogether, it'd be $1,050?
Altogether, $1,050, correct, yeah. If you do postpone and are released, you are still on supervised probation. You do still need to abide by those terms. That includes contacting them within 72 hours. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we have Cameron Grant and Nicole Mata will be up next. All right, so your full name and date of birth?
Cameron Grant, November 6, 2002.
All right, thank you. So you've got two separate cases here today. I'm going to go ahead and start with the new case that's in Superior Court. This is for one count of possession of narcotic drugs, which is a Class 4 felony. So in that matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a status conference set on April 10, preliminary hearing April 14, both at 8:30. Those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. Mr. Grant, I just have to have you take down your hood while you're in the courtroom, too. You can put it back in as soon as we're done here. So in this matter, you do have a bond. That's going to be a $50 bond. I'm putting this placeholder bond here because you are going to have a bond in your probation matter. So that probation case is going to be for the Term 1 violation against your probation. The public defender is appointed there as well. Revocation arraignment hearing set April 11 at 8:30, and in that matter, there is a $500 secured appearance bond, so it's $550 total for both. If you do postpone and are released, you're also still on supervised probation. You do still need to abide by all terms, including contacting them within 72 hours. Do you have any questions regarding that? All right, go and step over. You go and pick up that paperwork that's there and have a seat. All right, so we've got Nicole Mata and then Katrina Budnick will be up next.
For you, Honor.
All right, ma'am, your full name and date of birth?
Nicole Marie Mata, 10/27/1987.
All right, thank you. So you were here for a probation violation warrant that was issued. That's for a petition to revoke filed alleging a violation of terms 1, 3, and 5 of your probation terms. So the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a revocation arraignment hearing set on April 11 at 8:30. That'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. In this matter, I am affirming the bond in the warrant. That's going to be a $500 secured appearance bond. Now, if you post bond and are released from custody, you are still on supervised probation, so you do still need to contact probation within 72 hours.
Okay, there's no possible way I can get out. I just had twins. I just came back from Tucson for finishing my program from the ARC rehab.
Yeah, unfortunately, you've been on warrant status for just about a year. You're approaching the year mark. So at this point, you are going to have a bond in this matter. You're going to have to go in front of the probation judge for any further orders in the case.
Okay, so like, all right then.
All right. You want to go and step over? You can go and pick up that paperwork over there? All right, so we do have Katrina Budnick, and then Andrea Hansley will be up next. All right, your full name and date of birth?
Katrina Budnick, 9/28/83.
All right, thank you. So you are here for a probation violation warrant as well. In your matter, there was a petition to revoke filed alleging a violation of terms 3 and 5 of your probation terms. The public defender has been appointed. You do have a revocation arraignment hearing set April 11 at 8:30. That's at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. The bond in your warrant's been affirmed, which is a $250 secured appearance bond. If you do post bond and are released, you are still on supervised probation. You do still need to contact probation within 72 hours. Do you have any questions about that?
No, I don't.
All right, if you want to step over, we'll get you some paperwork as well, but you can go ahead and have a seat. All right, we have Mr. Hansley, and then Jacob Landers up after that. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth?
June 21st, 1985.
And your full name?
Andre Handley.
All right, sir, you are here for a new case out of Superior Court. It is alleging 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, that's actually a Class 6 felony, it's not a Class 4. And then 1 count of failing to admit to carrying a deadly weapon, that's a Class 1 misdemeanor. Those are the counts I was able to find probable cause on here today. They did submit an additional count for possession or use of a weapon during a drug offense, which I did not find probable cause on. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going away, but I was not provided the correct information here today. So the public defender's office has been appointed. You do have a status conference set on April 18, preliminary hearing April 22nd, both at 8:30. That'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. So in this matter, I am going to follow the PSA recommendation. You are being released, but it is subject to the supervision of pretrial services. Before you go, you'll get some additional information regarding that process in your paperwork. It will include their contact information because you do have to stay checked in with them while on release. Do you have any questions regarding
Yes, I live in Arkansas. I was just here to visit for the weekend, and I was wondering if I could continue this case in Arkansas.
Well, you can't continue the case in Arkansas. It's an Arizona case.
I know. I'm saying, could I go home and then come back? I mean, plus I'm on a doctor's care in Arkansas.
When were you planning on returning to Arkansas?
Probably tomorrow or Sunday. I just came down for the weekend.
All right, so, and the issue that I'll have just to start off with is we can't do pretrial services out of state, okay? So you can't have any kind of supervision if you're not within the state of Arizona. So, I mean, really the options are you can either stay here, at least for now, until further court order and stay on pretrial services, release, or if I allow you to return to Arkansas, it would be with the imposition of a bond. I would be putting a $1,500 bond on your case. That would be a secured appearance bond.
Oh, so I had to get a bail bond.
Yeah.
And will I be able to get one, probably?
I don't know what you would qualify for. That you always have to talk to them in order to find out what they would require.
Okay. I gotta go home to host. I guess I have to do the $1,500.
You want to go and do the bond?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's also going to change your court dates, though. That's going to make it on April 10, April 14. Okay, so that's going to increase, move them up right away. That's going to be in 6 days, okay? That automatically happens. I can't change it. Okay? All right. I'm going to leave the number for the court on here, too. So if you do bond out and you do return back home, that you have the phone number that you can contact the court to verify those hearing details, okay? You can always check to see if you are able to appear on a remote basis, on a virtual basis. I just don't know if they'll allow it or not.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'll just put in here, and I'm going to put in your release order as well, that I am advising you that if you do fail to appear at any future court dates, that a warrant could issue for your arrest,
Yes,
okay?
ma'am. I understand.
All right. You want to go ahead and have a seat? We'll get that out to you in a moment, okay? Okay, that one's done too. All right, so it looks like we're to Jacob Landers. After that, it'll be Manuel Cogenshaw. All right, so your full name and date of birth?
Jacob Landers, 03/08/1999.
All right, thank you, sir. You are here for a warrant that was issued. This is for a direct complaint that's been filed. It alleges 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs. That's a Class 4 felony. 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony, with the offense date of July 1 of 2022. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a status conference set April 18, preliminary hearing April 22nd, both at 8:30. Those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. So in this case, I do show that the summons was sent back return mail, so I don't show you necessarily received notice of the first hearing set in this matter prior to that warrant being issued. For that reason, I'm going to follow the PSA recommendation. You are being released on your own recognizance. It is going to be your promise to appear.
Okay.
Do you have any questions regarding that?
Not a question, but during that year, I received a text message saying, it was during the morning, I was getting ready to go to court and everything. I received a random text message that said it was dismissed or like...
So what happened is it wasn't dismissed. What likely occurred is the county attorney did not file charges right away.
Okay.
That can often happen in cases that involve drug possession charges because they sometimes require additional information like testing or something like that. Okay. So what likely happened is they didn't file charges right away. They did subsequently file them and then do it via a summons. I don't know if they had your right address at that point or what happened, but whatever case, the summons was sent back return mail. So it looks like it maybe didn't make it to you. Okay. So that's probably what happened in the case, but you can certainly speak with your attorney about that.
Okay, well, I'll make sure to be there this time, even if the message comes through or anything.
Yeah, this time charges have been filed.
Okay.
Okay, so last time that message was likely totally correct. That usually they say they scratched it, is what they refer to it, because if charges don't get filed, then your case kind of drops off the calendar at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, so we've got Mr. Kochel and Robley Barrow will be up next. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth?
Manuel Cogenshaw, 6892.
All right, thank you, sir. You are here for a warrant that was issued for a direct complaint that's been filed that alleges 2 counts of aggravated DUI, both Class 4 felonies, with the offense date of August 30th, 2024. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a status conference set April 18, preliminary hearing April 22nd, both at 8:30. That'll be on the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix. So in this matter, I don't show you received notice of the first hearing set here because I do show the summons was sent back return mail. So I am going to follow the PSA recommendation. You are being released on your own recognizance, and it's going to be your promise to appear.
All right, thank you.
Do you have any questions regarding that?
So with that being said, because right now I don't have a vehicle, the way I used to get to work is by Uber. I'm like far away from home. I'm from the Navajo reservation. It's about like 5-6 hours up north or whatever. You know, the issue that I have is just to come back down. You know, like because last time I had to hitchhike literally from where I'm from back down here. So it's just.
I can't assist you with your transportation. The only thing I can let you know is if you do fail to appear at that point, a bench warrant would be issued. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Though.
All right. Thank you. All right, Mr. Farah, and then Jonathan Graham will be up after that. All right, sir, go ahead and state your full name and date of birth. Your full name and date of birth.
Robles, sir.
Can you state your full name and date of birth?
Robles, sir. 01/01/1985.
All right, thank you. You said something. Okay. All right, so you're here for a new case out of Superior Court. It's for 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. The public defender's been appointed to represent you. Your court dates are a status conference April 18, preliminary hearing April 22nd, both at 8:30. Those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. In this matter, you are being released on your own recognizance. It is going to be your promise to appear at all future court dates.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions regarding that?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, looks like you got your paperwork, so go ahead and have a seat. All right, what happened? All right. All right, Mr. Hanley, go ahead and step in. All right, sir, you had a question?
Yes, I've never been in trouble before. I guess I didn't know that I could do the pre-trial. I didn't understand it. That's all. I've just never been in trouble before.
Okay, so here's what I was saying. So right now, under the assumption you were staying here local,
Okay.
I was going to release you, but it was going to be subject to the supervision of pretrial services, okay? It's through the probation office, so it's a form of supervision while you're here.
Okay.
Now, the problem is if you have pretrial services supervision, which is what I would require for release in your matter, you can't live out of state. Okay, so that's the issue. I can't have you living out of state and then still be on that, okay?
Okay.
So that's why I said if you want to go ahead and return home, we can put a bond in place, and then you can return home on that release condition.
I can just stay.
You want to stay?
Yeah, I want to stay. I can't afford this.
We'll switch it.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm going to amend this one. So that is going to change your court dates back to the later dates, though, okay? Because when you're out of custody, your court dates are automatically later than when you're in, okay? So that moves them back to April 18, April 22nd. I'll change this back to the supervised release that I previously had. I'm still going to put the court's number so you can still call the court in order to verify the court details, okay?
That'll work.
All right, so you'll get their information in your paperwork too. It includes their phone number because you have to check in with them. Okay, and I believe they just have you call in on whatever they tell you to do. Okay. All right, if you want to go ahead and have a seat, we'll see if we can get that printed again. Okay, I think it's signed again. Is it ready to go? Okay. All right, do we have Mr. Graham ready? Jonathan Graham? Mr. Graham, all the way up to the podium, and if you could just take off your hood while you're in here. All right, sir, if you could state your full name and date of birth.
Jonathan Graham, February 8th, 1983.
Thank you, sir. You're here for a new case out of Superior Court. The charges are 1 count of tampering with physical evidence and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia. Those are both Class 6 felonies. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a status conference set April 18, preliminary hearing April 22nd, both at 8:30. That's going to be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. In this matter, I am going to follow the PSA recommendation here. You are being released on your own recognizance. It is going to be your promise to appear. Any questions regarding that?
No.
All right, go ahead and have a seat.
Thank you.
And we'll get your paperwork to you. Shoot, I need to reissue Mr. Handley's thing because I have to take out the travel language since we switched it. I'm sorry. Sorry, Mr. Handley. I'm not going to call you back in. I'm just going to reprint out your paperwork, okay? Since we switched you to pretrial services. Sorry about that, Tommy. It's ready to go again. interpreter on overhead, we can have him step in. Is the interpreter able to hear me okay?
I can, yes.
All right, thank you. I do have an individual here who's going to be in the courtroom with us who does need the assistance of a legal interpreter. So this is for a legal matter. Are you able to assist us with that?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so let's go ahead and have Mr. Fagabi step in the courtroom. And if you could introduce yourself to him, have him state his full name and his date of birth. And he is here with us now.
Okay. Talo fa na mo sia awa lo ni upu pai ka ifolo in wa mo lo spanga to mo mole.
Fa fetai funga vai Augusto Colu tasiva yo fa.
His birthday is August 3rd, 1994.
All right, sir, you are here for a new case out of the Maricopa County Superior Court. There are 2 counts that have been submitted.
Today, we have my case full in the Maricopa County. My new account is saying submit. Okay.
1 count of aggravated domestic violence, which is a Class 5 felony, and 1 count of disobeying a court order, a Class 1 misdemeanor.
May luwa count kasi mo ulit mo more only aggravated domestic violence Class 5. Malisi ole disobeying le kulafongo Class kasi. Okay.
Yep.
The Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you in this matter. You currently have 2 court dates. These will take place at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix.
I know mga kuifole Public Defender luya mo o Phoenix if I Yayo Court or Superior Court.
The status conference is set on April 10. And a preliminary hearing is set on April 14, both at 8:30 a.m.
It will something or if I mo if I aso se fulo apelila the court law if I ile aso sulfa apelila or umalwe amakala apelval the guy out. Okay.
Yep.
In this matter, you do have a bond. That's a $2,500 secured appearance bond.
Ele bond mo do fully must fill out. Okay.
Since it is a secured bond, you are able to work with a bail bonding company in order to post that amount.
My bail company bail. If I secure low bond more, I'm going to fight. Okay.
You are also ordered not to return to the scene of the offense, not to have any contact with the alleged victim in this matter.
may do baile corazón o awe ko fa ko ile ko puede le ikauli ma aunque Paso kaile ikakala ko puede lifikauli. Okay.
Yep.
The order of protection that you were previously served with is still in effect, so you do have to obey all the terms of that order as well.
May le protective order mo oe may ye kuale le okale nga make sure aung am solikula phone. Okay.
Yep.
Your paperwork is going to be in English, but it will contain all of the information that I've just provided you with. But do you have any questions?
May provide everything away pa English. Ang mga lokang opya o ngay may basic facility mo ya. Eso facility.
Ere alo ngay ko.
He was wanting to know, will he be able to be released today?
So you do have a bond that you would have to post. You have a $2,500 secured appearance bond. If you are able to post that amount, you would be released.
Ay, kang pwede pa, kung pwede, lusulima, luwapi lima sa kala, ang pwede kulangan nga, masangay kiangi, kang pwede lipan, kasi mali, magkakali, peo, pwede peo mo, oy, kang sa ili. Okay?
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Isa si Vasily?
Famon molepe pa fainga faya koipe sia wala fodere se fainga o mekla sofi kore masinga ngire ka ko ngaro kingao o tenso famon modi pe me sia wala
so he's asking if there's any way at all he would be able to go see his mother. She's having surgery. She has cancer on the 7th of April.
All right, I understand what you're requesting. It's not going to change your release conditions here today. You do have to post a bond for release in this matter.
Ma'am Lamia le me kan sangai oi atunga na ula fongo ikawang kongile le bond in wase di masalaw ka na le bond mo ikaw going nga ke ela iya.
All right, if you want to go and step over to your left, we will provide you with that paperwork. They'll let you know what to do from there.
Yeah, may yes, of course, foi mangwela sa basa po.
All right, that was the only matter we had. I appreciate your assistance today with the interpreting.
Okay, thank you. You have a good one.
Thank you.
Thanks, goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
All right, so it looks like that is it for our matters here in the courtroom. We do have the one house call that was already taken care of because they are located at LBJ. I've already spoken to this individual on the phone and provided him with this information. This is for Demetrius Emmanuel Thornton, date of birth 10/21/94. Is here for a warrant issued out of the El Centro Justice Court, and that matter and arraignment hearing has been set April 9 at 8:30 at the El Centro Justice Court. He was in custody at the time the warrant was issued and is currently still in custody being held on that matter. So he has a $25 placeholder bond in this case, and because I did set a bond in this matter, I did appoint counsel to represent him as required by Rule 6.1. All right, that is everybody. I'm going to go ahead and turn off the recorder. We'll be at recess. Thank you.
Are you able to record it? Are you able to hear me? Hello?
Yes, Officer Low clear. Right.
Okay. Miss, Miss Court, I'm getting echo on my end.
Jeez.
Okay, come here. Are you able to maybe, can you mute your that I don't hear Sam? I can just say what I need to say without echoing.
All right, Your Honor, we're ready.
Okay. So I just asked you to raise because of all the echoing.
Say that again, Your Honor.
Can you mute? Just hit the mute button. Just hit the microphone so that it's muted. So I'm not getting an echo. Okay, thank you. Well, that's not working. Ms. Coronado, for 2 matters.
All right, it's good.
You have one new case and one warrant here for your court date. On your new, you were charged with narcotic drug, a class 2 felony, narcotic drugs for use, a class 4 felony, use of electronic communication for drug transactions, a class 4 felony, 1 count of escape with force or detention, and that's felony, and 1 count of possession of drug, class 6 felony. Jackie, I am happy to correct this order. I did find probable as to everything but escape, using force, a dangerous weapon. But I did find probable cause to everything else. I did appoint you. You will have a status on April 10th at 8:30. And have a preliminary hearing on April 14th at 8:30. And an evidentiary hearing on April 11th at 1. I had to schedule an hearing for you because you were not entitled to bond today because you were on felony release at the time that these alleged offenses occurred. As to your warrant for to appear, an attorney was obligated to represent you. You have a status on April 14th at 8:30. That warrant had a fine in the amount of $250. I would advise that you pay the bond until you find out whether or not you're eligible for bond after your evidentiary hearing. This completes everything that I need to advise you. You provide that reflects everything that I just advised you later on. Thank you.
All right, Your Honor, we're done.
Chronicles, can you check?